Hello. Hey, hey. Welcome. I'm Flat. Hi, Brian. Ooh. I don't know how I'm feeling today. I'm feeling a little weird. I do kind of want to play some Counter-Strike today. I think I'm feeling weird. I think weird is the word, right? Weird is the word. Yeah, I just want to play some Counter-Strike today, I guess. Also, that little video project. Good luck with that. Big good luck. Is he trying to say if I want one video per chapter or just a full game in a huge video?
Hey, hello, do not understand. Where the subtitles?
Oh, did I not open it up? Oh, oops. Oh, hey, that works. Look at that. Stream closed captioner just messaged me. Cool, alright. Thank you. Okay, let me see. This one is on. This one is on. I turned off most of the redeems. Chapter 1 is the shortest and it's coming out to about about half an hour. Oh, I mean, if that's the case for you, I mean, I don't know if you're gonna upload it to YouTube now, but I guess. I guess a chapter per video, probably. I'm not going to upload anything to YouTube. That's fair. Oh. Okay, yeah. Okay. okay. I will. Oh my god, this music is so good though. I fucking missed Killing Instinct music. And I'm gonna play Killing Instinct music while I play Counter-Strike? Oh my god. Oh my god. I wouldn't want to steal content from your channel. No. I mean, you're not stealing, but I understand. Give me a second. I think it's just that my brain is so jumbled these days that I'm just feeling off. Yeah, I'm feeling very off these days, which is I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. Jim. Look at that hit pitch. Does it disable on its own? Yep. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Okay, I don't know if the music is too loud, but we'll see. I'm gonna lower down the Counter-Strike quality as well because I don't want to kill my PC with this. Apparently Counter-Strike is very intensive, so I'm gonna keep them in mind. Your voice is intensive? Intensive with cute? Wow! Intensive with cute. That's a first. I'll take it. I'm playing Counter-Strike. Oh yeah, I've done some very shameful things in Counter-Strike. I bought some skins. Right? I know that I told you guys that I bought some skins, but I bought even more skins. And one of them is this. Look, I couldn't help it. Right? I couldn't help it. This one costs 15 ringgit. 15 goddamn ringgit, this one. Yeah, dirt gun, but 15! It's a lot, right? It's a lot. 15 ringgit is a lot. Like, for a lot of skins that I bought, it's all just like, it's mostly like 80% of the skins here, it's either I got from like a weekly box, or they are less than 1 ringgit. Like most of them are. Like this one is like 80 cents. This one is like 60 cents or something if I remember correctly. This one is free. This one I got from a box because I tried to gamble and never again. So I got from the box. This one is like, I know there's like one, I forgot how this one is. There's like one gun that costs like, I think it was an MP7 question mark? I don't remember that there's like a skin of a gun that's like 6 cents. Right, a num cent, that's how much it is. So it's like, yeah, I can buy some skins so long as they don't cost so much and they look good. You know, I don't want them to look very amazing. Like, I mean, this one is very amazing. This was absolutely amazing. 15 ringgit. No. Once in a while, I guess I can spend this, but it hurts my soul a little bit. But I got dragon, so it soothes my soul. Anyway, I've been playing competitive with my friends, and I have rank on Dust 2, and I have rank on Milati as well. So it's like pretty cool. I'm silver 2 on both, and the rest haven't won yet. There's a moment in Metal Gear Solid 3 where a villain shows up and the main character Snake, this is his gun? Snake this his gun is like talk shit to his gun? Question mark? He's like, you're twisting your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique. You make your gun jam by doing that stupid shit. Snake says that in Metal Gear Solid 3. And the villain shows up a few scenes later with a revolver, taking criticism well. Oh my god, what a villain. That's kinda cool though. But just thinking about Snake saying stupid shit is like and Snake's like, bro, what's up with the engravings on the gun, man? I like Snake. I think the game is very loud. I'm playing at 90% because I need to listen to the footsteps. Alright, let's do this. It sure looks fancy, but there's absolutely no tactical advantage, bro. Bro, do Snake really speak like that? Bro, bro. Be right back. Okay, take your time. In the meantime, just gonna wait for a match in Counter-Strike. I was thinking whether if I want to play Killer Instinct or this, but I feel like I want to play a little bit of Counter-Strike. It has been a while since I streamed this game, and well, I don't know, I kinda want to stream it to show you guys how bad I am at this game. I played for so many hours, and oh boy, I still don't even have like the... How long have I played? It didn't say how long I played, but a long time. Okay, 154 hours. I still haven't got rank on all these. It's so difficult. It's difficult because I'm bad, so yeah, it's totally understandable. But hey, I have this. I have this. It looked good. It's Draken gun. Yeah, Draken gun. Like, actually looks cool. He doesn't use those exact words, but it's the tone he gives across. Oh, okay, I get that. Let's roll. Maybe I should make the song a little bit softer. Okay. God, I'm anxious. Please don't judge my skills. I would say right now I'm very bad at this one. But I try my best. I mean, for sure I'm probably gonna get talk shit on, so it's only normal. It's very loud. I think I need it to be loud now. Nigga fool? Don't move. They won't know. Yo, cool. Yo, cool. Someone dropped a gun for me. He's like, yo, that looks good. Hell yeah. 前置标任晚霞虽好不及你，周豪发的吃饭做小孩那做徐江。I'm also playing the multiplayer game. Okay, me too. Is the game running okay? I forgot to change the settings. Looks fine to you? Okay, okay. 回避 B rush 了 别 rush 呀，去 B 去 B. They say don't fall behind, go B, they said. Oh shit. This one means business. Back. Oh, his friend. Oh shit. Oh shit. Lately I discovered that I really love MP9. And also M4A1 is pretty good. But also it's so expensive. Oh god. A 小跟 B 都冲了。A 小跟 B 都冲 so they're going A short and B as well? Damn, that's crazy. Is that Fujiyama? Oh, it is Mount Fuji. Oh god, that's a nice skin. I'm using my body is blocking it now. Body block. Door stuck. Oh. Hair dryer is stronger. I have to join one of these days so I can embarrass myself in front of you. No! I'll embarrass myself in front of you.
Door stuck.
Door stuck? Fuck it, we're rushing in. Coming.
Door stuck. Door stuck. PLEAASE.
Yo, nice. What kind of gun do you have? Nice headshot, I'll take it. I'm just gonna throw a fire in B. B tunnel if no one's rushing. Don't know how well that's gonna work. Are you gonna rush? You don't know that you're gonna rush? What? Should've just threw it. I second guess myself. Sounds like A and feels like A. Oh damn, nice. MP5. A lot of people are using MP5 to be honest. Feels like a good gun. Oh, above. Double. 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 Oh, you did. No. They're already stabilized negative. They don't... Do they go B still? Don't feel like they're going B, to be honest. Are we all going B? Gosh damn, alright. I'm looking at A then.
A 全 A B 没人，全在。
Oh god. Negev is OP. Negev is pretty good. Yo, AWP, you dead. AWP! Oh my god! 大G! Yo, you're actually gaming? Yo, this guy is actually gaming, holy shit.
打 A 平台看包。
大G! Damn! Damn! Okay. That was something else, alright, okay. I'm trying this one again. M4A1 seems very reliable. They like going to A short, it looks like.
进一个。
中门
B 进 B 了，中门进了一个 ，B 道进了一个，进 B。
I'm going in, I guess. Well, that was scary. Oh no, I am broke as fuck. Handgun it is. Nobody?
A 大一把大狙进。
Hi, Nexus. Thanks. Free gun though. Free gun. I had no gun. Yeah, it's actually very accurate, so I'm very surprised. I'm not using that.
我说没人要 AK 吗？
I don't use AK that good. Also, they're from Hong Kong. They're speaking Cantonese. I hope you're doing well, Nexus. That goes for everyone in the chat as well. Sounds like A. Oh boy.
B 有 B 有 B 有，B 左手没。
Oh shit, behind me. I actually didn't expect them to be behind me. Yeah, let's try again. Oh god, they're rushing.
清了 ，run B 了 ，run。
See, the thing is, if I'm trying to... I guess if I'm trying to protect B, I should buy a Negev, honestly. More bullets. It's not like a gun with one bullet. It's a gun with 150 bullets. Oh, damn, what a head. What a shotgun. Oh, shotgun. Shotgun. How is Counter-Striking going? Death. Death. And I'm not buying this. They might get sniper, I feel like.
A 小有人吗？
They're not rushing B anymore. A.
A 小 A 大都上了，兄弟。A 小刚才没人看吗？
大池内，大池内。大没到一平台。
I can't. I can't. It's tough. Ooh. It's tough, man. It's tough.
咱把点守住了，一人看一个，别漏点。
Guess I'm missing MP9. Okay, where are you going? 3A, okay, 2B. Looks like A. Mid? Actually, I'm going back to B. You never know what's gonna happen. Oh. Damn, I'm getting carried. Let's go. Last round, first half. Yeah, just try out this gun, I guess. Why not?
A 小 right 小的 right。
谁扔的烟呢？
两个都在中，两个都在中，最后两个都在中，一把那个负一把喷子。中路进了，中路进了把喷子。
Oh, chow. Should have known there's another one. Oh no, I shook! We must win. How's the score looking? Oh, it's 6-6? No way. How the fuck? I'm so bad though. I'm so bad. Why is this 6-6? I'm buying Kevlar Fest. Trust B. God damn. This is tough. Oh, yikey beaky. Yikey beaky. Yeah, I brought a bomb to the bad place. I should just stayed here for a little bit, honestly. Yo! Yeah, I shouldn't have reloaded there. I mean, I still have a good amount of bullet, so I think the reload was unnecessary. Damn, that's just Russian.
第一进一个，第一进。
拦车。
Ah, crap. Hair dryer. Yo, let's go hair dryer. Ooh, there's eagle. Oh, that gun looks so good though. Legion of Anubis. There's probably like 10,000 ringgit or some shit. I mean, even the name itself is really cool. Okay, they're just giving me C4 now. I don't know why. Okay. Disconnected by user. I guess someone doesn't want to play anymore. Mayhaps I'm too bad.
残的直接打，哥，右手边直接打残了。 我看干嘛呀？我说了右手边了，你看左边干嘛？
Goddamn. I don't know why they keep giving me the bomb though, but it's okay. I'll be willing to play for an hour if Dal has the space. I feel like the ping is gonna be really high for either one of us though. If you don't mind, that is. Yeah, you'll be awful. We could play competitive or casual. Or Wingman if you want. Like, Wingman is like a 2-on-2, right? I think. It would still be fun though. Oh, hell yeah. I'll be like the bad guy from Ant-Man 2 facing in and out of reality. Although it might be a little bit different from that. From what I feel, the last time I played with Coffee, because I was in 200 ping, they can see me first and I see them later. On my end, it looks like they just came out, but on their end, it looks like I'm just sitting there waiting for someone to come out for however long that ping is. So 200 ping may be like a solid 1.5 second at least. That I'm just looking at them. So that's how it works, I believe. Because Coffee mentioned that I was just sitting there not shooting for the guy for like a solid 1.5 seconds. Damn, I suck.
B B 应该还有一个。后花园一个。
Aw, man. I don't know, I like hair dryer. Y'all keep giving me bams, assheads. Oh, hi, Coffee. Shoot, shoot. Yeah, shoot, shoot. I'm playing the shoot, shoot gum. I like the shoot, shoot gum. What is you ping? With you, probably around 200. I mean, it's only fair because the desk, like the places where you're at. On the server, 73. Don't say that, 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 don't say that. Dude, don't even. Woo! You threw that smoke and it took 43 years to release for your hand. I realized. I realized. Probably good time to mention I never played this game before. I only played 1.6. Ooh. I mean, that's still Counter-Strike, right? Alright, Coffee, do you trust me with AK? I'm gonna use it. Why do they keep throwing away the bomb? I'm throwing this one still. Damn it! They were just rushing! Man, I love playing just chatting. You were doing art, right? I saw for a split second. Well, not for a split second, for a little bit before I started streaming. At least that's what I noticed. You were not doing any art? Were you not? Ooh. Yep. Just adding Crim's head. That's kind of an art, no? Crimbo. Ooh. Flashu. Gun-wise they have advantage, I believe, because nigga fu. Ooh! God damn, killed all of them. It's so cool. I know, right? I'm saving smoke. Oh, thank you, Brian. Alright, there will always be someone who rushes here. Ow. Ooh. We got AW pie. God damn it! I was trying to throw smoke. Double smoke, let's go.
小心 A 大，小心 A 大。
I don't know. I don't know.
A 大可能混烟。
混烟? Ew, sneaking inside, bam.
承受承受承受。
Oh damn. Oh damn. 2 taps? This guy is so fucking good though. I feel bad.
不是你干嘛非得跟我抢线呢？我操，一人顶一边不完了吗？我个天，老爱晃悠啥？我一边看一眼一边。
It's Chinese. But I'm in Hong Kong server, so someone was speaking in Cantonese as well.
Oh, 两个。
Oh my god, I thought they're gonna keep running. Why do you have a taser? Yeah, tease him. Oh! Yeah! Knife fight, let's go! Hey, they won the knife fight. That's a win in my book. I mean, just one more round. It's okay. Hey, who knows? It might not be just one more round. You never know. Not buying too much.
，B 一个大狙，打一，打你拿个兜干啥？我操！最后一个刷 B， 那个服。
Damn. This person is really good. Oh, coffee is getting booped. Oh my god, I want to boop coffee too. Oh, sorry, someone.
去下楼吗？我去下楼，我去下楼听你试着往前，你试着清理。
我听得懂，不用紧。Yikey Vicky! Oh! It's like, how are we so unlucky? Every time we throw a bomb, we met someone. 1 on 3, you got this, I believe. The bomb dropped it? Oh, good try. And I think this person is really strong. A little bit aggressive, but... Kinda baffled that this game is not banned in China. I don't know if it's not banned in China though, to be honest. This is Hong Kong. So I mean, they're speaking like proper Chinese. They must be from China. They're not. This game is not banned in China. Who am I kidding? It's not. They should have like a China server, no? Yeah. Okay. Singapore, India, Chiang Mai, Hong Kong, Mumbai. There is China, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Mumbai, and then you have like United Arab, Tianjin. But it's weird that it's not. But why no? China has banned Fortnite and not this game. Confusion. What's the reason for them banning Fortnite though? So if I were to play with Brian, let me see. If I were to play Brian, and Brian, you wanna try? Oh, what if we make a triangle? Brian is American as far as I know. Coffee UK and Malaysia. That's like a triangle, no? Like tick tick tick. What's gonna happen to the ping then? They're gonna pick like in the middle. The reasoning is always just it's a threat to public morality or something. Yeah, I can see that, but also that's kind of stupid. How is that a threat to public morality? It's Fortnite. You literally just do default dance until you win. Like you go clap, clap, right? Fortnite has evil exploitative business practices. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Like a corporate thing. Let me invite Brian. Coffee. You wanna play? You wanna try out a triangle? You know, try out like, but TikTok. But over there, it's not TikTok. It's Douyin, though. I can't. Yeah, coffee's gonna get banned. I can get into Discord if you want, so that we can do the call out. I think we're playing game. okay, I'm in gaming. I mean, if you want to join, feel free. If you don't wanna, it's also fine. Genuine excitement. I'm glad. What if I just find like Coffee's name, just like spam invite, just harass, and then get that 30-minute competitive ban, and then land it with like all the hackers. Oh, oh my god, it's the Borb. Here, let me move. Oh, wait, I can do this. There we go. It's Brian.
I haven't played a multiplayer game in so long. It's not even funny.
It's okay, I cannot carry you. I don't know how to play this game too. I think since we're like very far away from each other, I think we might need to up the max acceptable matchmaking ping?
I think I have mine set to unrestricted.
Unrestricted?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it 300. I mean, it should be fine, right? Just a bit of a lag, it's fine. Can you play this? I'm gonna try getting to it. Oh. Casual and deathmatch are the good mode to start with. We can play casual, yeah. We're going dust too.
Like I said, this is genuinely the first time I've ever even launched this game.
It's okay, you buy gun and shoot?
Easy?
Yeah, easy. You see people, you shoot them.
Can do that? I
Yeah.
do that all the time.
Yeah, it should be
In
fine.
video games.
Yeah, in video game, it's not real. Don't ban me, Twitch. Oh, we're gonna be the good guy. You can do this, Brian, says Nexus. Yeah, I believe in Brian.
Thank you for your support, your moral support.
Moral support, very important. I'm gonna turn down the game a little bit.
I've never seen so many people in a game.
Where's Brian? Oh, there's Brian, okay.
Oh, oops, did I not join?
No, it's like because you loaded in a little bit slower and then we already started. It's okay. Beep, 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 beep. Damn. You and your AWP. Just seeing three person just ducking. You're gonna get popped. Yeah, I'm gonna go defend the bomb. Ooh. I heard someone.
Oh god.
Yeah, I did hurt someone.
Dude blasted you into next week.
Yeah. I can one shot 447 damage. A lot of people has this Night Terror skin for M4A1. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
Goose.
Goose?
Yeah, this goes to.
I like how this person is staying in.
Like, what is he doing? I mean, he's not even on my team. I'm like, what is he doing? He's gonna sit there. He's gonna sit there.
Oh, I just realized my ping is 200. Everyone is speaking proper English. Oh my god. What if I speak Chinese? Would they be scared? I suddenly become 中国人 and then they might be like, what the fuck? You got this, Brian.
It's surreal playing a game that doesn't have like aim down sights.
Oh yeah, this game doesn't have aim down sights. Only a certain gun has. You're going a full blast shotty.
Oh yeah, that's my style.
Oh, let's go. That's amazing.
Oh, that was
No,
me.
I tried to avenge you. Not my burp friend. Look at all the snipers.
Specs a little bit. I think explosions keep stuttering me.
Oh god. Yeah, this game has a bit of a problem with performance, I think.
Oh, did I just crash? No, I didn't. Okay. I can still set it to low. And it looks good. Oh my god, no, it doesn't.
Oh shit. More support from chat? Yeah.
Dude, I am absolutely playing like shit on this one.
It's so weird listening to proper
I'm
English.
like 2 and 8. It's,
Yeah, good game.
yeah.
Like proper English in Counter-Strike. I don't know
Good game,
why.
man.
My team looks like the fucking Minecraft garden, bro. Got like half these vegetables.
Dude, my kills, I only got 2 kills, 8 deaths. Terrible.
I got nothing but headshots.
Hey yo.
With 1 kill.
100% headshot percentage.
Hell yeah, MVP.
Oh my god, are you hacking? Where you wanna go? You wanna be the good?
I'll just stick with you.
Oh, you stick with me? We're doing crimes. We're doing crimes.
Crime.
Crime. Crime. We're doing crime.
Team bad.
Yeah, we're gonna do crimes.
Wait, is control not duck?
Control does stuck, yeah.
Oh.
But if you do it too much, it'll become like super slow and delayed.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah,
Like, this
it
makes sense.
I mean it kind of does, no? Because you're gonna have like you're gonna need a lot of squat power to it. You need your thigh to be cheeked up cheeks.
Unexpectedly realistic. I
Make
wonder if
but
they have something to like prevent bunny hopping too.
how do you do bunny hopping?
I just press spacebar a bunch. Looks like your speed gets lowered if you jump.
Too much, I feel like. I'm just yeah, I got this. I mean,
God, I
206
have the bomb.
269 ping, it's fine. I'm following you.
Okay.
Yeah. How is this 5 on 1二三四五六七 5 on 7? Okay. It is casual, right? Ow. I got deagled.
No. Scared.
That's oh wow, that's actually really good. Crimes. Oh. Oh.
Ow. That guy just walked right by me.
Yeah, they were jumping over you. Like, huh. Where are we going?
Okay, I don't have the bomb anymore, so that's cool.
Yeah. I'm following the gang.
I am not trustworthy with explosives.
I like explosives. Can I have that?
You are explosive.
Yeah, never enough. Ow.
Damn.
Revolver though? Damn.
Oh, that's a cool Mega Man icon.
Oh hell yeah, you're right. Mega Man knows how to shoot.
Bye, Mega Man.
Oh my god. One person operation. Ayo.
Oh.
Ayo, goddamn.
Oh. No
Damn.
person operation.
No person operation. Oh god, some CT is still at our home.
Oh my god, that's so close.
Maybe
Now
I
can
play.
afford a more expensive shotgun.
Ooh, here I can play shotgun too. We're the shotgun friend.
Can I not buy Kevlar?
I think in casual you buy them by default. Like you have them on default.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, only in competitive that you are required to buy them. Shotgun.
I'll drive.
You drive.
Yeah, you'll take shotgun, I'll drive.
Nice. I get the shotgun. Oh, shotgun is the passenger seat, right?
Two on the right.
Ow.
Oh no.
No.
Scared. There's fire.
Ooh. You got this. You got the shotgun. Oh, we dropped the bomb.
Ow.
Ooh.
Ow.
Ow.
Oh, there's. Ooh.
Oh.
This is not looking good.
Oh.
Okay, now it's looking good.
Yeah, this guy is something else. Damn! Alright.
A winner. Oh my god. Violence.
Crime. Crime good. I'm using P90 because I can't aim. It's so weird seeing proper English. I know I keep saying this.
Oh, well, that's me.
No.
I think I keep overestimating how much range the shotgun actually has in this. I'll be right back in just a second.
Okay.
I'm so used to playing like tactical shooters where the shotguns have like,
Super far range? Question mark?
yeah, semi-realistic range.
Oh.
Instead of more
Oh my
arcade
god.
short range.
Violence.
I think I'm gonna go with a different gun this time.
I'm trying AK.
Right behind you, buddy. Oh, this gun has sights. There's one on the left.
On the left?
Yeah. I'll watch right. Oh, fire.
I don't know what that place is called in English.
What is it called in...
In Chinese it's called 狗洞. Oh,
Oh.
that was a nice headshot though. I like that. Oh, I mean 狗洞 is pretty much just dog hole. Like dog hole.
Oh shit. I threw my gun.
Where?
I threw my gun. I want it back. Oh wait. I have another gun. Okay.
Maybe you're rich.
You can kick the soccer ball.
It's soccer fun.
I'm so used to playing games like Faith. So-
Like there's no actual
hype.
collision.
The high fidelity graphics are like blowing my mind.
I'm right behind you. I can't aim.
You rescue.
Oh.
I wonder if this game would be any fun playing with the steering wheel.
I mean, if it's possible, I would like to play on the steering wheel.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, that's a big sniper.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we call them 大鸡.
I call it fun.
Fun. Fire bad.
That's a lot of fire. Oh no!
Oh, there's one guy just rushing out.
Grenade.
Oh, cool beans.
Oh god. Shit, I'm sorry, dude.
The fear.
I can't tell if I accidentally actually shot him or if I missed. It's the worst part.
It's okay, it's casual. Uh-oh. I mean, that works, I guess. Where's the bomb? Oh, we dropped the bomb. Hi, Cola. Cola. Now I want to drink cola.
I'm more of a Dr. Pepper kind of guy.
I never heard of Dr. Pepper though.
It's like a American, specifically Texas drink.
Oh. Don't drink you. Okay, I won't. I won't. I will not drink, friend. Alright, where this one person now?
There's how many are left? There's only one dude left.
There's only one left, yeah. We need to plant the bomb. I got the bomb.
You got the bomb?
I got the bomb. I stole it.
Oh,
Crime! I stole the bomb. It's mine now.
I'll watch.
Yeah, bomb. Bomb. I got bomb. Explosion.
Hello. And welcome.
Thank you,
Watch the
Cola.
speed.
I'll watch a short and they're dead.
We did it.
We did it. We got the bomb.
One.
Maybe
Oh,
cat.
I get to keep my gun?
Yeah. If you don't if you don't commit not living, then yeah, you can you can keep your gun for the next round.
That's the way you worded that.
I don't want to get banned by Twitch. Good job. Oh no! Avenge! Kill! Must kill. I can't see shit. I'm gonna shoot. Have gun, will shoot. I don't know how I survived that. I actually don't know how I survived that. Did the bomb drop again? Oh, the bomb actually dropped
I can
again.
see you in third person. That's a nice plaid shirt.
Oh, you can see someone in third person? That's kinda cool. Oh no, why am I on the only one left? I gotta play in 200 ping, are you kidding?
If you press spacebar when you're spectating, you dropped your beer.
No, my beer. I don't drink, but my beer. Do they understand my situation, right? 265 ping. I'm trying my best.
You're doing great.
Yeah, I'll take it.
You're doing better than me.
I don't think so. Wait, you're actually carrying the team.
Shit. I say as I throw a grenade at my feet.
It's
Or
okay.
you say as I throw a grenade at my feet.
Oh! I died! I should turn down the gram fix a little bit. Oh no, I cannot. Oh wait, I can. Turn. Oh. Did my PC just die? Okay, it didn't die. I think it was just changing on the spot that it kills everything. Boopy! Hi, Shredder.
Render everything.
Yeah. Oh, it's so much smoother now, but the game looks like shit.
Just pretend it came out like 10 years ago.
Yeah, that works. Hi, Shredder.
I mean, technically, if you want to say this is like an update to Global Offensive, it kind of did come out 10 years ago. Or 15 or however many. Oh, what was that?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I am muting voice comm.
I want small gun. Yeah.
My PC can't handle this game, but somehow I can stream VR. Oh, it's normal. This game is somehow so intensive. It's insane. Grenada.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
I took cover in open space.
Fire looks like shit. Spray! Spray! I killed someone. I killed someone. Oh. Yo. Yeah, this game is somehow very intensive. I remember this game killing Coffee's PC for like 2 or 3 times in a row. It's actually kind of funny. QT mode. Wow, it's numbers. I'll do it, I'll do it. I'm gonna be so fast. High numbers. Get shouted at. This guy's actually really good. But then it's just a mic span. Now I need to upgrade PC. I've been trying to save up, but because I'll be going to a convention soon, I'd say bye-bye to my savings for now, but I'll slowly do it. Oh, we need the bomb though. A lot first went to Midwest. Ooh. Oh yeah, MFF is going on, right? Well, since I'm from Malaysia, I don't think I can go to MFF. Brian's a weapon master, look at that.
I am a master of
Weapons.
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 Oh, that guy's got teeth.
Yo, who?
Somebody in the loading screen.
Oh, the mask, you mean? You want to do crimes again?
Yeah.
Yeah, crime.
Yeah.
Crime. He's C4. Oh, Brian, look at my pistol. You can throw away a pistol and I give it to you mine.
Okay.
Press G to throw. No! We were just trying to look at guns. I'll kill you, asshole. We're friends. Yeah. I can... Look at that. He has weasel. I'm dead. I headshotted someone. I'll take it. Surprise, surprise, that's why I'm playing with 200 ping.
I have 2 gun. I am better than everybody.
Oh my god. A bird with 2 guns? A bird with 2 guns. A bird. It's so high. It's okay. I can handle it.
2 guns with 30 bullets.
A gun with 17 bullets. Faith chapter 4 preview. A gun with 17 bullets. I killed someone.
Oh, you're alive.
Yeah, I'm alive.
died.
I don't know how I'm
There's a guy
alive.
up there. He's on the street.
I saw it for a few seconds. Nice.
That guy.
A gun with 1 on top. A side. Yo, nice. We got the bomb.
Who got bombed?
Bomb's coming.
I'll watch this.
I'll watch
the tunnel.
I
One
was
in tunnel.
short.
I'm down.
Oh no. I have 1 health. No crime.
No crime today.
Oh. Pew pew pew, no carry me. 你来 carry 我啦，我操。I keep dying, I need someone to carry.
Alright, I got a shotgun. Let's go, lesbians.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh god, we're alone.
Oh, we should run, we should run.
We went the wrong way.
I'm sorry, I went the wrong way.
I flipped the coin the wrong direction. What's these two doing?
I think they're AFK. Is that Sleepy Doom? Who's Sleepy Doom? No, Brian! How dare? Ow!
Not dare, burb.
Oh, the... I don't know. Oh yeah, it is Sleepy Doom. No crime.
Gay. Not good anymore, apparently. There we go. We go for revenge.
Where's friend?
Friend?
Friend. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, friend. Friend coming. Oh, wait, I have the bomb. Oh god.
They're firing blindly into the smoke.
It does happen. Considering me today, small world. Ooh.
Oh!
Oh god, I don't know if I shot them or not.
Ate shit.
Who's that they're trying to kick?
One of the AFK people.
Yeah, sure. We're all connected. I mean, somehow like the Twitch space. I guess furries are quite connected, yeah. Well, speaking of furries being connected, kobolds are very connected too.
Connected to dragons.
Mm-hmm, connected to dragons. Yeah, uh-huh. Huh? What?
I seem to do best with the shotty, so.
I have big machine gun. Look at my gun. Big.
A gun with 100 bullets.
A gun with 150 bullets.
Oh my god, it's even more than I was thinking.
It's 150. Crimes. Here comes crime. Yeah. Oh, fire bed.
Oh, thought I had a grenade, I did not. I just had a knife.
Ooh, fire bed.
You're still alive.
I have 1 HP. Someone died.
Yeah, but you have 85 armor. Maybe
True.
that'll save you.
85 armor is more than enough, I'm telling you. Look at that. I have in negip.
Probably survive a couple of hits.
Negip.
On in there. You got this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Yo. A gun with 150 bullets. For dragons, it's only a matter of time until they are surrounded by kobolds. Yeah, true.
I think I definitely carried that round.
It's okay. You carried me, definitely. Don't think I've seen you before, Cola. Cola, definitely the first time I've seen Cola. I don't know about you, Roxas. A gun with 150 bullet. Someone mid. 2 mid. I'm behind you.
Okay. Watching left.
Watching right. Someone's at A. They're bullet. They're reloading.
Why'd they jump down while they were reloading?
Oh, there's only one person left. We should just go plant the
We're
bomb.
winning.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Oh no, my negip. My negip, no. I'm new here, I haven't been active on Sleepy channel, which is fair. Thankfully, kobolds are super easy to carry, so we'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm sure Brian will be fine too.
Kobolds are light and easy to hold.
Yeah, kobolds are smart.
I don't care what you're doing right now,
God
Kobold.
damn it.
I'm gonna yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
I'm gonna
yip for the next 2.5 minutes.
Oh.
提前枪. I'm throwing blind into the smoke. Yep. 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 We're yipping. Oh my god, Brian is yipping too.
Yip, yip.
Yip, yip. Yip, yip, yip.
Brian's yipping. A lot of yip going on.
Yip.
Yep. Yep.
Yip, yip. Yip.
Yip, yip.
Yep.
Yip, 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 yip. Yip, 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 yip.
Yip.
Yip,
A
yip.
kobold yipping welcome. Yeah, yip.
My version of moral support.
Yeah, so many more support of yipping going on. I like that. There's so many yips. Yip. For the ragdoll. Yip. Hey, look, someone got my neg yip. That's not how you use neg yip.
Crazy how some people know like what the spread pattern is for. We won.
We oh. Yip. Yip. Neg yip. Neg yip. Neg yip's too big for kobold, but I like it. I was thinking whether if I should speak in third person when I'm in yipping mode.
Ow.
Oh no! Yep. Yep. New gun. New yip.
Call.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of grenade. It's like, what are you doing?
I am invisible. As all kobolds should be, sneaky beaky. What if I do this? It's going to explode my neck. Yep.
Oh.
I
didn't
died.
realize that the range on the bomb is that far.
Oh yeah, the range of the bomb is mega far.
I was literally about to ask, why don't we just set the timer for a shorter time? I guess that makes sense now.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially in competitive, you're gonna not get killed by C4 because guns are mega expensive. Hola, a cute kitty cat, adorable. Uh-oh. A cute kitty cat spotted by Roxas. Uh-oh. Yeet.
I like that it can consistently get usually one kill and die.
I mean, it's like a battle of guns. I guess that makes sense. My cobalt rolled a 30 on stealth yesterday in D&D. 30? Oh my god.
That's a high roll.
That's a very big stealth. Where's the bomb? Bomb's at A long.
You're the bomb.
I got the bomb. And I'm rotating to A short. Why am I alone here?
Oh no.
No, I didn't even shoot anyone. So why is there someone with Chinese profile picture? Hello? Ooh. Hit the cobalt, I'll take it. Why is this person holding an incendiary? Oh. Oh, the stealth pad. No, I want to re-enable voice comm again because nah, I don't want to enable voice comm. I'm going in with P juicer. Where's friend? Friend. What kind of match is this box and so many people? Casual. We're sneaky beaky.
Don't go in that room.
that's a Molotov from our own people.
And I threw in a high explosive at the same time.
I'm going in.
You got him.
I got him. Because I'm P juicer. Ooh. I hear people. I always get chuck stuff at. I mean, me too, but I'm only safe. I'm only safe when I'm flat like this. Not bomb match? It is bomb match, but it's a 10 on 10 instead of a 5 on 5. Dink. You are going. You are drinking too. You need to drink too. Oh, that was loud. More spaghetti. They're suddenly so good. I need my A gun with 150 bullets. Here we go, Negev.
Which gun is that?
Negev. It's Negev. But you're gonna have to put it in loadout by your own. I don't think it's there by default. Yeah. There are a few guns you can change out in the loadout menu. This guy just playing with soccer or football. This is very evidently a casual match when someone is shooting soccer ball like that. I like it so much. Oh.
He's on the left. Oh, nope, that's a dead body. Never mind. He's propped up.
Eerie. A stood up dead body.
Lisa. Oh, hey, we all lived.
Oh, damn. 150 bullets. I didn't even shoot once.
Didn't think I saw anybody.
Yeah, I don't think I saw anybody too.
I'm good at this game.
We're so good. I'm here. A gun with 150 bullet. Oh my god, there's one more. There's at least 4 of them.
I turned the corner and was immediately fucked.
It was at least 4 heads standing at the stairs. We turn the corner. We are properly fucked. Oh yeah, I saw someone play Valorant yesterday. And I was like, ooh, Valorant looks really cool. It's something like Counter-Strike, but also very, very flashy. And then it's like, oh, the gun is cool. And then I saw everyone has their own skill. It's like, no, I'm out. I don't really, like... Someone got vac banned. Wait, someone got vac banned.
Oh, snap.
Damn, someone got vac banned. Let's go.
How do you say loser in Chinese?
Say what? Sorry?
Loser.
Loser?
Yeah.
In Chinese?
Yeah, like to call somebody a loser.
Do we call loser to someone? Shit. I mean, I guess it would be like 苏者, but that's like so proper. It's not even an insult.
Why you bullying me?
Oh, I don't even know what killed me.
Oh god. Oh, you're inside a smoke. Got armed. And got T. I should change. Never seen a vac band before. Same, but apparently someone got vac banned on on stream. That was miraculous. Didn't think that we would be able to see that. Someone's in mid, like AWPing. Well, goddamn! I only got 2 hits.
He hopped out.
Okay, what do you see on your screen? Like, how was I shooting them?
Heck, I was looking at the stream.
Oh, okay, it's okay. Because, yeah, you look at the stream, right? I was shooting at their body with P90, no less. I only got 2 shots in.
I'll watch you next time.
It's okay. It's only casual. This is nothing. This is like just for funsies.
Funsies.
Yeah, funsies. I like funsies too.
See, this is fun. My friends and I, we play like Arma on Friday nights sometimes, and like we were playing like a Vietnam scenario the other day.
Oh.
It was just like, man, this is just we're just having a blast committing war crimes. Like this is horrible. Blowing
Crime.
up villages with helicopters and shit.
I mean, it's crimes.
I mean, yeah, horrible.
Yeah, but only virtual crime. All right, Twitch, don't ban me. Only virtual crime is fun. All right. Friend, I saw friend. I'm right behind you. My gun is a little bit heavy though. Fun is great. Fun is very great.
What's the winning?
No.
What's the winning point?
8.
Up to 10.
Casual is 8. Competitive is 13.
This will be my last set of rounds.
No more last one.
Just to the end of the game.
Oh, innocent boy. That was very loud. Innocent boy. Oh, wow. That was a wild shot. Oh, look at that Mega Man. Mega Man.
Fighting robot.
So is this the last one or?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Then we leave first lah.
Yeah.
We can just exit to main menu.
Gotta go to bed. It's
Oh.
midnight.
Oh god, yeah. Go sleep.
Thanks for playing with me.
Yeah, we could play this some other time.
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll catch you another time.
Okay, have good sleep.
Bye.
Bobo. Nighty night, Kobo friend. Good night to Brian. I'll leave the Discord chat for now. And stretch that born, moisturize. Okay. Oh, oops, sorry. I like that stretch. Take care, Brian. Tylra cute bubbled. I'll take it still. Man, I remember when I first started streaming not too long ago. It's not too long ago. When I first started streaming, whenever I receive any sort of compliment at all, I'll be so deflected. It's like, no way I deserve that shit. But eventually, slowly, I sort of started to accept compliments a little bit by bit, you know? Like even back then, I feel like when people say that I'm cute or something, like I don't trust it. I was like, no way. I don't think so. But eventually it's like, thank you. Slowly accepting myself, I guess. Oh yeah, I have this case. Can I sell it? For money? I don't think it's a good idea to do it here. I'm gonna close this one. It might show some sensitive information. You never know. Alright, let's go competitive. Or do I want to go Premier? Nah, let's not go Premier. It's too scary. Just go competitive. On the Premier? I'm not even that good. I'm just here to have fun. Or maybe, you know what? Cancel. I'm gonna play a bit of a casual myself. Just, you know, just a little bit of casual, and then I'm gonna go competitive. I mean, I did play competitive beforehand. It's fun, but I want to try out casual a little bit. Let's roll. Let's roll. Hello, and welcome. Join Star-Lord Hufflepuff. Hi. No, I cannot crime. God damn it. Okay, fine. No crime it is. Oh god, crime is like winning. Last round, I've no gun. Excuse me, can someone throw a gun for me? I only have a handgun and it's the last round. What do you mean? Oh, oops, that was a bad fire. Bomb is at A, what do you mean? Oh! There's no way in hell using a handgun and kill them. But hey, never underestimate a handgun. I think the game is a little bit too loud, I feel like. Boom. I mean, I love... You know what? Let's make it 69%. All good. Damn, crime is too strong. Oh! The MIA. I literally had 0. I came in and it's the last round and I only have a shotgun. I only have a handgun. I only have a gun with 13 bullets. Alright, let's try again. I'm gonna crime this time. I wanna do crimes. Crime. Ping? Dude, let's go 45 ping. I mean, I'm looking at ping like it's very important, but not really. I'm not even good at this game, so. Oh shit. I'll try out Tech 9. I heard that this gun is like really good. Yang. Try again. Jump! Ow! I got the bomb. Grenade out. A 小 A 小别慌。Ow. Ooh. Damn. I like... Why is this music so loud? Why am I getting the bomb again? God damn. There's a handgun noise. I need a 300 ringgit. Need 300 ringgit. The bomb. $300, very important. I'm just gonna drop this one because why not? I'm throwing smoke. Dang it, I got scared a little bit. Ooh, fire. Who got the bomb? You got the bomb? Crime is strong. Oh, they got flashed. Yeah, honestly I should just practice AK since this is like casual. Casual? I'll play a bit of casual before I go to competitive again. I'll take it. Oh my god, how many flashes are there? Dachi? Is someone in my body? Oh my god, look at that. Hey yo, let's go. co-op POV. Oh. Oh, god damn it, I tried. Oh, I killed 3 people and it's the only people that they died. And look at that, we're doing it. On my way to plant the bomb. Oh! Holy shit! That was a sick flip. Sick cartwheel. Cartwheel. That's a cool looking gun, but it has no dragons in it. There's no dragon, it's objectively bad. What kind of knife is that? What the hell? Archie? Is there someone here? They're re-protecting A, don't they? God damn it, I was trying I was trying to throw mortar to... I mean, I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm just trying out AK. I mean, people are saying that AK is like the best best gun in the game. But man, does it recoil. It's like when I shoot once, I'm basically looking at the sky. Oh, when I shoot 3 times, I'm looking at the sky. Something like that. It's insane. Oh, damn, someone said I'm home. Oh my god, this guy's getting all the free kills. Hey, good on them. Yo, oh shit. We're getting destroyed. Oh my god, we actually got destroyed. fire. Fire bad. But fire fun though. Oh god. Oh, there's a AWP. That's right. That's a really long reload time. I cannot do... You see, the thing is, I don't think I can do aiming like this because I don't think I have the reaction time to shoot someone when someone came out. I don't think I have that. Oh, not a single one of them died. Space camera? Oh! Oh, third person camera looks kinda cool. I don't think we can rush anywhere, to be honest, currently, because this is off anywhere. Oh god, I can't even buy AK anymore. Okay. Yeah, like this op everywhere. It's tough. I don't think it's a good idea to stay here. So. Did I actually shot him once? Oh my god, I actually shot him once. Wait, what time is there? 2:26. I forgot I have badminton again today. Wait, I actually forgot. Oh, let's go. Nice. Yeah, I have badminton today. Same time too, but with a different person this time. Who, what, where? sorry, Tylra, gonna go to college. Alright. Good luck with college. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you. And yeah, again, good luck with college. It's tough, but you got this. Oh, wow! Yeah, I guess the only problem with casual is after like 3-4 rounds, and then a lot of people would just have AWPs and then they just like protects everywhere, and then just like terrorists gonna have a hard time doing things. That's how I feel like anyway. But this guy is really fucking good. Like, this person is actually godlike. Don't even know how they play like this. Against an AWP too, look at that. Yeah, they heard the flashbang. Good call. Look at that, the situational awareness is so strong with this person too. Cool, alright. I'm gonna look how they play. I'll be so scared playing like this, like alone against 2 ops. It's insanely scary. I would just shiver. Nice. This person is so good. Play the long game. I didn't shoot them once. Ooh, I kinda... Ooh, wait, I kinda want to play Elder Scrolls Online a little bit. That's a nice gun. Very, very synthwave aesthetic. I'm gonna play Elder Scrolls Online a little bit. I can play a little bit, yeah. Can't see shit. Ooh. What are you planning to do in ESO? I'm probably just gonna do like just running around, do like the daily, do crafting, run around elsewhere, don't know, just leveling up and do some dungeon, I guess. Get some loot. Since I'm still like very low level, I know like I have a also a tank. There's like level 50, I think, and then champion points something. But I feel like I want to play another tank, so yeah. I usually just do like dungeon, do some crafting, not much. Oh. Oh no. Oh god, I have the bomb. Got him. Got him. Oh god. Have you tried fishing yet? Haven't tried fishing yet. The last time I did want to join the fishing event, but it's a little sudden. I don't know. I don't know. I'm feeling a tad bit overwhelmed, so I decided to pass out on that one. Just join the guild. It's like I'm excited to join the fishing event, but I was like, oh, a little bit overwhelmed. Though it's like, ah. But Tikaka is being a very wonderful like guild master. Well, and also a very wonderful kobold in general. Oh, that's a different way of throwing it. Oh. I'll play one competitive and then I'll play some ESO. We're a pretty small and chill guild though, so don't have anything to worry about. Yeah. And I appreciate that too, because I remember this is something like my previous, well, not my previous, but okay, yeah, it is my previous VR chat experience. I like, honestly, I enjoy VR chat, but because VR chat is always like a big group of friends that gathering together. Like if a group more than, I'm being very generous, like 5 or 6, I feel overwhelmed. I feel easily overwhelmed. So yeah. And then there are a few times I trying to like grow past that anxiety of mine and trying to like fit into those friend groups. Although don't worry though, I'm still friends with them. It's just I'm trying to like grow out of that shell, but it's impossible. Like whenever there's more than 4 people talking at the same time, my anxiety just goes off the chart. Which is kind of sad, to be honest. Like, I've been trying to change that, it's just impossible. Which is, yeah, sad. Yeah, it's easy to get buried, which is one of my fears as well. Because I'm a soft speaker, to be honest. I speak very, very softly. Not gonna lie. But I don't want to raise my voice too, because I don't want to be rude. Damn. Let's go. We take those. For me, Twitch has been a great way to socialize and overcome anxiety. Yeah, true. Very true. So socialize wise, I feel a lot less. Yeah, I feel a lot less scared trying to socialize with people. There were like instances where I'm meeting new friends, like my last trip to Kuching. My last trip to Kuching, and then one of my friends is like, one of my furry friends is like, oh wait, you're in Kuching? Let's bring you out for like a dinner with friends. It's like, sure. And then I met with new friends, a lot of new faces. I got scared initially, but I did try to, I can sort of suppress, you know, I can keep composure a little bit more that time and try to actually talk to them like normal human being, and it kind of works. So I'm very surprised. I guess Twitch does help. It does help. It totally does. Which is very surprising, honestly. Although if it gets too much, and I'll just become armadillo again, just like become a ball of anxious, ball of anxiety. It's like, no, I don't wanna. UMP is not bad. The classic, accurate, and deadly workhorse, considering full buy rounds. Cheap but effective against armored enemies, considering 4 spy rounds. Light and powerful long distance damage dealer. Ooh. Lethal weapon made deadlier with a scope. Oh, banana? Okay. So yeah, like when I say that Twitch changed, Twitch kind of changed my life. It kind of did. Well, let's not say Twitch. Me streaming, yeah, let's say that. Me streaming has definitely changed my life. For the better, too. So, I'm grateful to be able to do this. Even though, to be honest, lately, my dad has been talking shit to me a lot. Because I'm not making enough money to sustain myself, so... Like, my dad just keeps talking shit to me. It's like, so useless or some shit. It's like, yeah, I know. I know I'm not making enough money to sustain myself, but at least I'm happy. Although not as happy though, you know, when my dad does that. It's kind of sad, but I'll take it. And how many kind of support people are on this platform? Yeah. What's 6? Someone's playing with 700 ping. Let's go. How do you get 900 ping? Oh god. Kind and supportive. Oh yeah. Ooh. Yeah, kind and supportive. Yes, definitely. I'm very happy about that too. For the ping, let's go. How do you even get 400 ping? God damn. they were coming up gun blazing. Yeah, let's not rush B. Why would you use Desert Eagle when you can... Huh? I used to get trying to ping on my old internet connection. Fair. I guess we gave up. That this one doesn't count. I mean, I guess my old connection used to get that kind of ping as well. But then again, it's old connection, so it's very understandable. I still remember, like, when I was in primary school, like I was 11 years old, and then we got our first computer. It was such a miraculous moment. We see, like we're seeing a screen where we can control something inside the screen. We are controlling something inside the screen. We're controlling a mouse. we can interact with the things on the monitor. And then my brain just fucking exploded. It's like, whoa, what is this world of wonders? and then eventually, since we don't know anything about internet, we don't know anything about computers, right? I have zero knowledge. And then eventually my elder sister got into computer, and then it's like, hey, we can play things inside. There's like solitaire, there's like space pinball, and then eventually we got into internet, and then we got MapleStory, right? So my sister got MapleStory, and it's like, oh my god, there's a game we can play? Like, we don't even know that's a game. Like, it's like, oh my god, what is this wonder? What is this wondrous creation? I press the button and then the character inside just moves, and then I can kill things and get things? What is this wonder? You know? Like, the first exposure to computers is absolutely miraculous. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's like I get to live in a world of fantasy. I get to live in a world where magic exists. Anything pretty much exists, right? Although me saying anything exists on the internet doesn't necessarily mean the good stuff, you know. Since when we were young, internet is still like very weird, wacky, so of course it's gonna be a lot of like screamers, jump scares, videos, jump scares, viruses even. So we cannot say that the experience of computer is like absolutely amazing. No, there are some goods, there are some bads, but the goods are amazing. The bads are wow, you know, the bads are scary. But yeah, it's very interesting, to be honest. But honestly though, if you like moderate your internet browsing, your gaming things, internet is wondrous. And if you know what you're doing, avoid bad stuff, it's wondrous. Ooh. It was also magical when I learned that you can create your own games. Yeah, but although to me that was a little bit that was a little bit scary to me, because once I learned that it's quite magical, but also very scary because, man, it's tough. Oh shit, I exposed myself, I'm stupid. Yeah, that was me being stupid, I'm sorry. I hope that I can one day release one of my game projects properly. That would be amazing. I'll play it. I'll definitely play it. Heck yeah. I'm getting the oomph. I don't tolerate that shit. I mean, I don't like that wording though. Do they all keep rushing B? Aw, man. I tried. They keep rushing B. Oh my god, the shotgun. They're really just rushing B, that's insane. Oh my god, that's so scary. They're rotating. Or not. Oh, you were looking at it. I think they're rotating. Yeah. That last op shot was a bait. Oh. Oh god, that's hard. Oh no, I suck. I suck so bad. Damn, let's go.
That's a no. Remember, this isn't the killing house anymore. This is real life. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Oh.
Grenade out.
Wow. My team is amazing. I don't know what I'm doing. Why is the music suddenly so loud?
Let's move out. Smoke. Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
Interesting smoke. You were blocking my own. Damn, they're rotating. So apparently I bomb a lot of people. Yeah, I like bombs. I'm not even shooting them. I'm just bombing banana. That's it. I can't do AWP. I can't snipe.
Grenade out. Incendiary. Smoke. Grenade out.
Some could be bait.
Throwing smoke.
Wait, the bomb is gone. Oh wait, no, bomb is still here. I did it! That was good, that was good. I'm buying a flashbang, why not?
Throwing a grenade. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary out. Flashbang.
Ow.
Deploying flashbang has been placed.
I got flashed by my own.
Throwing flashbang.
Ow. I think saving gun would be, yeah, would be great. Ooh, nice. Oh my god, they are not letting up. That's kinda scary. Wow. Moron is really good. Moron. Moron. I cannot.
Throwing fire. Incendiary. Flashbang.
Interesting smoke.
Throwing smoke.
Bomb set A. Oh my god.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
That headshot was really good though, not gonna lie.
Grenade out. Incendiary out. Deploying flashbang.
Yeah, smoking my fire. Oh boy. That's pretty good. Uh-oh.
Throwing a grenade. Smoke. Bomb has been planted.
Eat it.
Defusing the bomb.
Nice.
Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Look at my trucken. I have my trucken gun. Trucken.
Move it, son.
Stinky.
Grenade. Throwing fire.
Have a care.
Laying down smoke.
Thanks.
Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary.
Oh. Oh, they peeked, Good peek, good peek.
Counter-terrorists win. You're right on. You're right on.
Kill Kobo, not Stinky. Okay, I'm not. Hi Evie. Hi Perry. Perry Han. How you doing? How's the game going? I'm doing still pretty anxious, but otherwise pretty good. But the game is going pretty good too. I want to play ESO afterwards. Just after this competitive match, and then yeah, I still have time. Hope you're doing good, Harry, and also Evie too. Footsteps, let's go. We don't care. Oh my god, really? They thought we were all at B? I am so bad beyond belief. I am so bad beyond belief. I can't even kill someone with a handgun that doesn't even know that I'm there for 2 seconds. Oh god. I don't know anymore, man. I don't know anymore. Doing okay, doctor some my meds like the business. Dealing with some extreme mood swings for today, tomorrow. Oh no. But they should calm down by Sunday. If all signs are going the way I think they are. Oh, Perry. I'm sorry to hear that. But I do wish you all the best. With all the situation you're going through. Must be tough. Oh my god. We can destroy it. Oh god, Negyp is so good. Negyp. All the best for you, Perry. But I still hope you don't mind me doing this. Because you're still the sweet bean. Someone up there, maybe? $300, please. No, I didn't get 300. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Oh god, I got scared. Nice. It's slowly interesting, but it'll be fine. I have no doubts. I would have worse in the past. I do, again, wish all the best for you, Perry. know it's like not much, but oh goodness me. Wow, double rotate? This guy knows a lot about this game, man. Double rotate. Holy shit. That is kind of amazing, not gonna lie. Oh. Oh. Someone didn't fall for it, too bad. That was good though. Fancy. Means a lot to you. I'm glad. Li Banxian. Yeah, and like I'm forcing myself to use rifles now because obviously rifles are stronger. It's hard to use, but it's pretty strong. So that's why I'm gonna practice. Oh, god damn it. The shotgun play, oh my god. The shotgun is so strong. What the hell? Oh my god, I didn't know shotgun is that good. Alright, here comes my hair dryer. I got my hair dryer and it's gonna be good. Worth letting it though? It gives distance a lot? Yes. It totally does. I'm honestly just following the bomb. Hey, alright. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Oh god. Oh my god. That was so terrible though. Oh. Let me try this shit. Oh, oops. Didn't hear that. How is the shotgun so... I don't know how to use shotgun. Okay, I shouldn't have changed. I should have kept going with my hairdryer. 1-on-1. Oh my god! This shotgun is so strong. How? You know what? I'm just bad at shotgun. I don't even know anymore. Shotgun. Hi, malicious magpie. Get dead. Oh god. I'm so bad. Yeah, honestly I think that's a GG. I mean, I'm pretty bad, but I'm trying. Oh, not you know what? I tried. Like there were some bad plays there, but honestly, my damage output is not bad. Like, I'm surprised. It's good. Yeah, it's good try. I think it's good try. Alright, now to see if my PC can handle Elder Scrolls Online. I honestly don't know if my PC can handle it, but I'm willing to give it a try. Alright, let's play some Elder Scrolls Online. Fingers crossed. I should change the title as well. Well, not the title, but the category. Oh, that's a typo. You know, I'm keeping that. It's kind of cute. It's Tepki. There. What? This is a mature rated video game? Really? It's Elder Scrolls Online. How mature can it get? There's no mods. Unless we're playing Skyrim, then yeah, it's mature. Excusez-moi. But that's not Elder Scrolls Online. Play. I never really like stream these kind of games, but I think these days I just kind of want to take it easy. I just kind of want to taking it easy this week before the convention, because I've been, and man, I feel like I've been belittled so much that I already feel numb at this point. But of course, it still affects me, but just not as harsh, I feel like. So yeah, I kind of taking it easy a little bit. Oh my god, ow. Oh, ow. Loud. You already have all the content warnings set? True. God, Idol's music is so good. Idol. Encoding overloaded. Alright, okay. Encoding overloaded still. Alright, okay. I'm a tad bit worried. Maybe I should set the settings to absolute shit. See, I actually have like a dragon scale skin here. And it's like scale skin. I like scale skin. And I like the robe too. I wish I can be a robe and also I can wear robes and also be a tank, but also I have no magic, but I don't like playing as magic user. Please don't die. Oh yeah, I've been thinking of playing Fantasy Star Online too, yeah. Like, I remember I played it for years back then, and it was like, ooh, where am I? Jewelry trade? Wait, where am I? Wait, the game works. The game kinda works though. It's on Ultra though. Whoa, let's go. I guess it's just the loading that it takes like a lot of resources, and that's it. The game works though. Audio master volume 69. Yeah, I disabled music because I still want to listen to Killer Instinct music. I mean, should be fine. Oh, I just finished the thing. One of the quest line, zone story quest. Didn't I do the air of Enigina? I don't remember. I was doing stuff here. I should do this a Rage of Dragons, but at the same time, how is my 50/73? I'm only wearing heavy armor for now. Also, I need more inventory space. Like, my inventory space is actually bailed. There. At least I'm not blocking it too much now. If I move this, I need to move these both as well. Laboop. There, perfect. Then now you can see the inventory space. 73 is a little bit sad, but it's okay. But for now, I think I want to go back to this Trucken here. This Trucken. I got killed by Trucken multiple times, and I'm not even mad about it because it's great. It's not great, but it's great. Sugar bowl sweet outside. Yes, it's free. It's free. I'm an Argonian. I want to try to clean out my inventory space and then go run a few dungeons, I guess. Because dungeon is like the way to level up. Boop the trucken. Yeah. Yeah, it is only when it's loading and then it's like encoding overloaded. It's the same map, why are you loading? Oh god. It's like... Also, yeah, you notice on the bottom left, I have to play this game with a constant 361 ping. It's like kinda sad. A constant big ping, but it's okay. I'm used to stuff like this because I live in Malaysia. Where's the thing? Where am I? Wait, where? It's a ladder. Oh, wait, it's here? Shit, I forgot. Wait, no, is it not here? Oh, it's here. Don't worry about what the best way of leveling is. Just do some random quests and you will level eventually. Yes, true. What the hell? I'm seeing all these random, like actual... What am I even looking at? Woodworking. Research. What can I research? Shield? No. Research? I'm just gonna research like this one. Whoop. Deconstruct. Yeah. Can I? Oh, it's this one. Atronarch polymorph. There's a polymorph in this game. Hi, Jerk. Hi, welcome in. I restart this. There we go. Research. What can I research? Nothing. Oh, something. Yeah. Then deconstruct. Deconstruct. Why is the music so soft all of a sudden? Oh yeah, there we go. Polymorph change your appearance basically. It's like a job? Oh, class? Sorry. Sorry, I thought I'm playing Maple Story. I think it's from Crown Crate now. Oh, so it's like a real money kind of thing, right? Hide scrap. Okay, research. Oh yeah, I can. There, okay, deconstruct. Flex. Oh yeah, let me get the writ. A rag picker at the guild hall that deconstructs all type of items at once. Yo, oh my god. Most of those are they want to spend money to go get. I'm seeing a lot of people have like the what do you call it? The mount. A lot of people has like some sort of a dragon mount. I don't care about horse mounts, but dragon mounts, ooh. Okay, what you want? This one? Oh god, I don't have any of those. Hey, Daniel? No, Cornelius?
Trust me on this, traveler.
Sell. Money. Why do I have this? Why do I have any of these? Molly bet sell. No. Oh, that's a lot of money though. Sell. Huh. You can really grind endeavors to get seals of endeavor points, but it's a ton of grinding over a ton of time. Oh god. Some mounts you can grind even tickets to get, but it's mostly Indrik from past years. Some mounts have a pre-order bonus. God damn it. Hello. What's the G, right? No. G1. There it is. Hi. I think a couple are rewards from certain achievements. Oh. Wait, I forgot I'm supposed to buy Flynn.
I come from a long.
Shut up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, you want this one? Crap. This one? Y'all get level 1 stuff, I don't care. If it works, it works. Oh, you want steel? Wait, I have steel. My steel though. And you want? I have too much sanded maple. If I make higher level stuff, would I get better stuff? I'll try it. I mean, I have a lot of sanded maple, it's fine. I'm done. I created something. Funny enough, I was just there in Ribbon not too long ago crafting and deconning stuff. Through PCNA. Oh, if you make higher level. Oh, it doesn't matter? Fuck. Alright, it's okay. I'll give it to them for free. Where's the... why am I looking... Why do you have health bar? Who are you? Wait, oh, here. Look at that mount, so fast. And then I'm just too thick. I'm too thick. Ornate shipment of quartz. I thought it would give like extra XP and rewards, but yeah, it doesn't, unfortunately. Fine. You're gonna upgrade mount speed at the stables. Eventually it all adds up. But I'm upgrading the carry weight in stables. Uh-oh. I mean, I kinda need the carry weight. Kinda? Still... Oh! Ver didn't fail. Ver didn't fail. Apa ni? What? Huh? I don't know what that is. You're hogging my space. Ooh. If you have money, upgrading the bag gives you more space. Can I upgrade my bag? I didn't know. Also, if you do zero deal, there's a passive perk in Assault that will up your mount speed too. Wow. The bag upgrade are more of the way to go at first. Yeah, the mount carry is more endgame in my opinion. Whoa, okay. But a carry weight is a carry weight. Ads? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have ads on. Oh god, my PC is dying. Okay, yeah, no. Medium. Oh, okay, fine. Oh god, please don't die, PC. Oh my god. Oh no. Did my... I think my stream died. Ads done. My PC is kinda dying right now. Oh, stream is still fine? Oh, okay, okay. Welcome back from ads. Sorry about them, but thank you for staying through them for me. It's okay that ads are on. It's just that interrupted things. Yeah, true. I wish they'll implement somewhere that is not as intrusive as this one. Like, they had banner ads back then, but I don't know why they didn't implement it to... Like, they didn't implement it fully. This is really making my PC struggle. I thought turning down the graphics is gonna make the game better. But no, it just kills my PC. What is this? Wait a minute, this is actually horrible. I mean, stream is still going on, PC is still going on strong and fine, but I'm a tad bit worried. I just wish Twitch would implement as intrusive of ads. Yeah, just a lot less intrusive, please. ESO is a CPU-intensive game? That makes a lot of sense. My PC doesn't have enough CPU. Like, barely enough. Oh, hey, look at that. I'm back. Wowee, as if nothing happened. Look at that. What do I want to do again? Oh, I forgot. Ooh. Yeah, at least the stream is fine.
These Khajiit blacksmiths, they have no respect for the craft.
Oh, money. Oh yeah, this is what Tikaka gave me. What, I can sell this one? Ew. What does it even do? It just shows this. I don't even know what this is. Whoa, shiny. Are you new-ish to this game? Mm-hmm. Quite new-ish, yeah. I can extract, right? No, there. I'm just gonna create random. Because what? 3 tar? Uh-oh. The cherry. Jote. 2? Oh damn, look at that. Mix. Rakeba. Rakeba. Destroy. I got 3 tar back. I got 3 tar back. Oh, I don't have tar anymore. Okay, I'm good. I think it's called Buried Treasure for the add-on. It will show a symbol on the main map. But basically to find that trove, you go to the zone that it's in and then try to find the general area of the map. Some a bit more difficult to find than the others. It's basically like a treasure map then. I hate it. Like, what does that even tell me? My man, look, oh. The Blackwood zone by the looks. Blackwood? I don't think I can go Blackwood there. Oh shit, where am I? Oh god. There. How do I know about locations? Blackwood. You can unlock this area by ESO Plus membership or by purchasing Blackwood Zone DLC. Look, it's hogging up my inventory space. I don't like it. Pewter ounces. Deconstruct. Maybe I can research, right? Robust. Research. Alright, gilding wax. What kind of wax is that? Just buy the DLC when there's a sale. Usually there are sales every now and then for at least 50% off or better. I don't know if I want to buy DLC since I'm not really like committing into playing this game for a lot. But when I have the money to spare, I guess I'll buy it. There should be a sale soon, like winter sale. Tell this item can be referring to gilding wax used to make jewelry with swift trade. Wait. I'm going to the bank. Look at this. I know where the bank is. Hell yeah. This is the bank. Look at that. I know this game in and out. Look at that. My god, I'm so good. It's beyond belief how good I am at this game.
The Rimmon Bank is
Shoot up. Can I keep all the shinies inside? Maybe I can put this in. The 21? 21? And if a DLC zone is at the center of an event, it's usually on sale at the time too. Oh, that's kind of considerate, yeah. Stack all who? I will kill you. So if I'm too much talky, nah, it's all good. You just tell me about the game, and I think it's good because I don't know anything about this game. Well, I know something. Wait, that tail, are you an Argonian? Oh, that tail though, oh my god, it's so thick. How? I didn't know you're here. Hi. Oh my god.
Lucky am I to not be in Morrowind. The Dark Elves dislike all outsiders, even those of us in the Mages Guild.
Cheese cutter? Major skill pad. Cheese cutter? You want some you want the bed? You want the bed? Wait. I mean, I know it's a single bed, but I'm pretty sure we can squeeze it. What? Alright, okay. That tail, you are not Argonian. You are not Argonian. That tail, you're not Argonian. You're not Argonian. That tail? Nah, wait, are you? Oh, you're hi!
good pack is like a good friend. Sturdy, dependable, and always by your side.
Are you selling me? Whoa! Whoa!
Warm day.
You can have all my money.
Rest your feet.
That's a little bit expensive though. Yeah, you can have that. My money. Hey, look, I have 103 inventory space now. Thank you, fellow Argonian. There's another Argo that sells pack upgrades near there. Oh, you're right. I found them. Oh, I totally found them. Each pack upgrade gets more expensive and it becomes ridiculous eventually. Oh. Okay, that's, you know what, that's fair. If they sell each upgrade for like only 2,000 for every single upgrade, that might be a little bit busted. But what do I know? I'm not like an expert of this game. Also, I think I know the stable is like here. Hi, I'm here to upgrade my carry weight capacity. Yeah. Since I have so much inventory space, let's try to go Dungeon Finder. They do want to have some sort of money sink so that there isn't too much gold in the economy. Oh, okay. Never really thought of that. Rank competitive. The hell is this? Battleground? Champion abilities are disabled in the battlegrounds. Team size 4. Deathmatch, capture relic, domination, chaos ball, crazy king. It's a general MMO thing because there are trading guilds and such. Kinda scary now that I think about it. You know, there's like actual economy and stuff. Alright, let's go in tank as a slow 300 plus ping tank. Join queue! I will be the tank. General ping, it's okay. You know, since I'm in Malaysia, I don't blame them. I'm used to it. There's so many games that is like in NA, like NA or EU, and then I'm like, 马来西亚 is like 他妈的好累啊，我吐了, you know, like. So eventually I'll get used to it. Eventually I'm used to like playing around this ping. It's like, ah man. Although especially during my nighttime, a ping will jump to like 900 or something. So it's like, I don't know why. Maybe like my family is watching too much things. Honestly, it would make so much sense if ESO would have an Asia server. I mean, I'm biased, but any game that I like that has an Asia server is based. It's based. I like playing with low ping, but you know, I cannot choose. You know, I'm just trying to enjoy the game, so I can't really choose that. Like the fact that I get to play this game already is, it's good enough. It's good enough in my book. Can I steal that? It's mine now. Ooh, that's a nice hat. Nice hat. It's the first time I have to wait so much for the queue. What is this? Does no one want to tank? Does no one want an Argonian tank? God, I wish I can wear robes though. Is there a way where I can just wear robes but it's just like appearance? But real armor that I'm wearing is still heavy armor? Is there something like that? Like a layered armor of some sort? If this is EU server, am I sleeping there? Fuck! I think this is EU server. Ass! That's fair. What time is there? Like, what time is it at EU? I have no idea. Alright, we can do this one. Find the source of undead. Let's teleport. 88! Oh my god, fine, you can have that. For me, it's 9 AM. Oh, early morning there now, but since it's weekday. Oh, yeah, it's Friday. That's fair, that's fair. Let's go do some quests. Whoa. It's like 3 AM here in Eastern US. Oh god, I'm not sleeping at the moment. Yeah, Nexus is not sleeping. Right now it's 3 AM there, it's 4 PM here. Time zones are wild. Also, I can become pseudo Draken. Look at that fire. You know, at this point, fire good. I want to kill them, but maybe not. Actually, can I play this game with a controller? It says that I can, right? Uh-oh. Okay, okay, okay. I'm ready! I will become Tinku! Uh-oh, I don't know what this is. Doesn't get as quiet this late, but the EU server is so dead when it's about 3 AM the local time. Xbox controller works pretty well. Oh god, I only have PS4 controller. Wait me. I am Ting. I'll stab them. I didn't want this one, I just accept. I am Tang. Hit me. I'm here. Kill me. What is that? Kill me. I'm here. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Did everyone just left me behind? Oh, someone's dying. Y'all just rushing in without me. Alright, my loot. Hit me, I'm here, hit me. Yeah, hit me, I cannot die. Hiya, you go so fast, how I follow? What piang? Oh, chest, can I use that? Whoa! Free! Loot! Alright, I'm just gonna try to follow. I'm wearing heavy armor. Help! I'm trying. Walao, you guys so fast, how I follow. What? I have things. I'm doing things. Bacon. What is that? Shiny though. I want it. Damn, look at that. That's a good shiny right there. Oh, I'm coming. Sorry, I was just cataloging some shinies there. Don't worry about it. Alright, official business right there. Now I'm blocking it. Hit me, come on. That's right, I block. I'm cheating. You think you can kill me? I punch you. Yo! I'm blocking that. Oh, loot! Dragon Knight is a good tank class though. I like Dragon. Nope. I might need some help here, I think. It's okay, I can choke him. Loot! I'll lead them there. Hi, I brought friend. They killed the boss. They killed the boss. Alright, okay. At least I got the loot.
See to him. By the Imperial light.
Randos in dungeons like to rush. It's most group. Mad impatient just run ahead. Yeah. Speedrun, speedrun. I don't care. I'm running. Yeet.我差哥们儿，你们冲那么快，我怎么玩啊？真是没有游戏体验啊！我吐啊！我跳。I mean, I don't die. I'm so slow.
I see her. So she is. We'll need her before the day is done.
She's going to be bugged for a little restoration. We should be considering how to handle the High Kingdom.
Oh my god, I'm getting slowed down, I'm getting slowed down. Don't hit me! Lock! Hey, what is that? Maoremi? Sorry, I don't know what that is. I'm in the middle! Hit me, kill me, I'm here! Am I getting hit? Hey man. Hit me, I'm here. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Am I dead? Hey, nice. Oh, hi, Jai. Purple model. Hi.
Ignore his words, keepers. Begin the separation.
Wait for the keeper to bind hike. Hope you're doing good. Level 20 hero, let's go. Costume, Lion Guard Knight, Covenant Scout, Lion Guard Knight? Leather armor top with black leather, ew. Lion. Lion.
His madness nears delirium. Ignore him, keepers.
How many points do I have?
High King Lord.
By the light imperial, the keepers of the banished cells hereby condemn the risk of 12 to imprisonment unending.
Oh, my! It looks like you've won. Oh, reminiscent days of
Your healing received is increased by... Yo, okay. Nice.
He shouldn't be able to achieve coherent thought. We'll have to watch him.
Earthen Heart abilities by 10%. Do I even have any Earthen Heart? Charge you and your group allies' weapon with volcanic power to gain major brutality and sorcery, increasing the weapon and spell damage by 20% for 27 seconds. Ooh. Doing good, thank you. Nice. Just playing a little Valorant. I was playing Counter-Strike. Oh, to get my rank back. Good luck, good luck. Here's hoping you get your rank back soon. With all the boops. I need a boop emote.
The prison's not perfect. I'll make sure of it.
Oh.
Thanks to you, you have been a boon.
Oh my god, there's so many things. I think I can just go any one-handed? That's strong. Mine. Heavy armor, yeah. Oh, this is heavy? Sabaton of the Tormentor. Reduce the cost of block by 3%. Increases maximum health. Tormentor set. Undertaker set. No, but no, what? I'm not ready. Shit. Okay, fine. Girdle. I swear the ring I'm currently stuck in has people who don't wear headphones sometimes. Ooh, yeah, that's rough. It's like they don't hear the footsteps and then they just got shot. It's like, what the fuck? Oh my god, I don't know they're there. How do they know I'm here? You know what? Honestly, I've been there. Hey, what you want? Oh wait, this is two-handed weapon. Wait, sorry, this is two-handed weapons. How do I get my weapon back? Oh wait, can I wear it as like a secondary? Oh, that's sick. Okay. They're already gone, I feel like. Guys, wait. Where my shield? Oh god, my shield. Oh god. Shield! Is shield armor? Oh, there it is. Okay, Hi. Oh, they already killed them. Wow. Yeah, don't worry, I'm just here to loot. Steel Axe of Frost. Oh, strong! Mine. Yeah. Definitely think I'm stuck like third highest rank. I feel like OC has a different breed of players. Probably? What you want? Are they like killing a boss somewhere? Yo! Hit me, come on, hit me, I'm here. Hit me, I'm here. Yeah, I did things. I did things. The funny thing, you get secondary bar at level 15. I think I got it. Look at that. Big weapon. May I have a quick rundown as to what the fuck is going on screen, please? Oh yeah, this is Elder Scrolls Online. I'm going through some dungeons in the game, and people are speedrunning. I have no idea how to catch up to them because I'm a tank. I'm doing dungeon, essentially. This is Elder Scrolls Online. It's like an MMO. It is an MMO, I don't know what I'm saying. And then people are so fast that I don't even know how to catch up to them anymore. I don't even need to be there, it feels like. Whee! Hit me, I'm here! I'm blocking it. Yeah, hit me, hit me. Hit me! Hit me! I'm here! Hit me! I like tanking so much. It's so satisfying when I'm just standing in front of them and I cannot die. Hit me, hit me. Hit me, I'm here, hit me. Nice. They're so fast, they're so fast. Whoa. More big boy. Get taunted, that's right. I cannot die. No, hit me, I'm here. Yeah, hit me. No, hit me! I'm taunting you, I'm literally taunting you, what do you mean? Hey! Is that it? Nice. More things.
By the ebony blade, this is it. We found the shrine.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the group first because they're too fast. Group! I'm the leader? Oh no. I'm gonna leave the group, thank you very much. Left now. This looks so much better than the actual Elder Scrolls games. Ooh. To be fair, I only played Skyrim. I mean, I like both. I like this one and also Skyrim. But because Skyrim has a lot of mods. I like the mods of Skyrim. I would say the art direction and art style of ESO is pretty good, but when you look at certain assets up close and the polygon is like, what the hell? Skyrim did have some decent art direction. Yeah. It's actually not bad, I feel like. Heavy armor. Primal. Yo, that helmet looks good. Wait, don't hide my helmet. Wait. Whoa! Whoa, look at the helmet though, oh my god. That's like the coolest helmet ever. But it sucked though. 2061? So it's 2221. Oh wait, this one is even stronger. Girdle of the Tormentor. Oh, two with the same one. Maximum health, maximum health. This one is more maximum health. Yeah, it's mine. Oblivion had bad art direction, I would say. Morrowind art direction was also not the greatest. I never played those games. Jewelry. I feel so stonk. Whoa, that battle axe looks so good though. 1248. 1220. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, I like that. I also like two-handed weapon as well. But I like tank. I played too much Oblivion in high school. Old. I mean, I don't really know about like these kind of games when I was a kid. I only played Maple Stories so much that I don't know anything. Stinky, you stinky Laroxes, walawi. It was better than Oblivion, but in my opinion it has still aged poorly overall. I would say Morrowind's art direction was amazing. Embroidery, Dwarven oil. Oh, Durban. This one is I want blacksmithing. More health. More health so that I can never die. I have 4 skill points. I want to have molten weapon. Draconic power. Protective scale. Inhale. Scaled armor. Increase your physical and spell resistance by 825. Weapon. Increase your weapon and spell damage by 3%. Terminal damage you can block by 10%. That's pretty good, yeah. Armor. The Grand Fix has aged poorly, yes, but Morrowind art direction itself was top notch. Definitely is a lot of product of its time, styling at the best I can describe it. The bloom in Oblivion was dreadful though. I never like really saw how Morrowind looks like, so I can't say it. Increase the max health by only 300? The disease and poison resistance by 660. Is that even that good? Blacksmithing. No. Is any of these good? Extracting blacksmithing ingredients allows the refining of more powerful tempers from raw materials. Ironing will send you some blacksmithing materials and possibly the other items every day? Every day? Kenai or... This one though. Ooh, I want it. It's like a kobold go hunting shinies for me. And I'm the kobold. Okay, I want this one. Molten weapons. Does it like... So I'll get this one then. Eternal Mountain. Then. So maybe if I can get Obsidian Shield. call the earth to defense, granting a damage shield for you and nearby ally. Nearby ally, yo. Okay, molten weapons. Can I like use it? No, sorry, that's the wrong one. Oh, it doesn't carry over to my other weapon. I mean, I can kind of still be tanky when I'm here, I guess. Wait, does it not? Huh? Did it carry? Okay, wait. Okay. Change? Oh, it's here! Oh my god, I'm so good! Whoa! I am Mega Fire. I'm the best. Maybe that's a visual bug. It should carry over. Yeah, it carries over, sorry. What are they doing? Oh, are they fighting each other? I mean, they kinda are fighting each other, I think. Very tame fighting each other. I know the cone of knives countdown carries over, but the countdown visual is bugged. It's okay. I don't think I want to mess with them. I feel like I might just die, even though I cannot die. How do I? No, wait, yes, no, yes, this one. Costumes has been updated. The Lion Guard Knight collectible. Centurion dress armor. Wait, can I just like wear this? Whoa! Oh, I can wear robes? Oh my god, this is so cool. I want to wear robes. Let's go. Yeah. Oh, that looks so good. I'm a tank, but I'm wearing robes. This is the best. I think I wanna go back to deconstructing things again. But I'm so close to finding Souls Undead. 72. Okay, you know, no. Let's go do the main quest. I should be a lot stronger now. Ogre? I can deal with that, right? Oh my god, there's so many things to do. I cannot die. I'm too strong. You think you can kill me? You think you can kill me? Aha. Above? Oh god. What? Oh, it's here. Are they real players? Oh, they are. Hi.
I did not expect to see you in this desolate place, Walker. Did Captain Nalado send you? Or have you come to join us as we hunt the dragon that killed so many of our warriors? Then our missions coincide. We can work together to destroy the undead and slay the... I do not take orders from that old battle. The worthy life is full of risk, Walker. To Jode, yes.
I am not interested in the story. I am interested in the robes I'm wearing. Oh my god, I love that aesthetic. Big fat stinky ogres. Ogre stinky.
With me, stay close. We will hunt these necromancers down and end this dragon.
With my 400 ping, let's go.
The path splits here. We will go right. Walker, you stay left. Moments guide us.
You told me to fall. Okay. Oh hey, are you? Oh, I thought you were Argonian. Get out. Are you not dead? Oh, you're... Oh, sorry? Wait, you're not dead. I killed Red. Oh. Oh no. I think I can just ignore the attacks since I'm like a big tank. No, I'm gonna kill this one first. No! Kill! Drink? Oh, I need to drink something. Stamina recovery. Sorry. I got me Hogwarts Legacy for Switch. Huh? Can Switch handle that game? I thought Hogwarts Legacy is like super intensive. But yay, nice. Welcome in, Carnine. Look at the rope flaming though. Hi. Got him. Pelitin tomato rice? How is tomato rice green? I don't get it. Tomato is that like a raw, like unripe tomato? Maybe that makes sense. This way different from actual Skyrim. It's Elder Scrolls Online, this one. Here. Have sword will kill. Certain heirloom tomatoes stay green even when ripe. Oh, okay, that's it. That is actually unique. I didn't know that. Oh, question. Does this deal damage? I know it's used for interruption, but it's way faster than my weapon swing. Only one way to find out. Let me go try it. A tiny... Oh, okay. Hey, come here. Oh, it uses my stamina so much? Oh god. Okay, I didn't know that. Block bash, it should stun the enemy in other Skyrim. It doesn't really stun, but the block attack is used to interrupt when they're trying to cast a spell. At least in this game. No, don't go, don't go. Bong, bong, bong. Hi. Stab. Oh god, that thing looks scary. No, get away from me. Bong. 5 gold for that. Orc? Wait, me? You shield your stamina, okay. It doesn't when I don't hit anything then. Am I going the right way? Oh, fuck. If you're trying shield a lot, it improves its block skill in actual Skyrim like Elder Scrolls. This is also actual Elder Scrolls, I believe. It's an official one. Oh, that gives me poison. Oh, equip? Cannot drink this one? I mean, poison backup. Oh, I don't need that. I have frost damage. I don't even know if I'm going the right way, to be honest. Below?
Our enemy awaits by God. Destroy the necromancer.
No more excuses. No more delays. Double your reanimated body will march at the head of your active forces.
You cannot kill me, I'm too tanky for you. Oh my god, you're tanky as fuck too. Oh my god, you're tanky as fuck. There we go. Steel Pauldron of Magica. Whoa, it's so strong. Let's go. Oh, they did. Guys, I see dragon. I must yip because there's dragon. I know the Dragonborn Skyrim, I don't know about online if it uses a skill tree each level up. It's similar but also different. It has skill tree, but not as not like in Skyrim. If you don't use a weapon, it will not show up here. It will show up once you use it for a while, so yeah. Follow the dragon. I will follow the dragon. Am I following the dragon? Can I look at the dragon? I want to look at the dragon. Oh, dragon, I cannot move. Oh my god, you're so hot though. Oh my god, I love you so much though. Look at you. Oh my god. Yo, look at that. Oh my god, look at the dragon. Can I hide the UI? Can I hide the fucking UI? Interface. UI height keybind. Okay, so it's like in controls then, I think. Control. Height, UI. Targeting, no, camera, interaction, user interface. Take screenshot, Snapchat, UI on off, not found. Where? 11. Fine. Oh. Oh yeah. Now this is what I'm talking about. Dragon. Dragons actually can handle your level in Dragonborn. I know that. I played Skyrim too. Dragon.
Look upon Mulamnir in despair, morsel. You have no chance against me, no chance at all. But Mulamnir can be merciful. Come, let us talk.
I'm sorry. Oh, Dragon, no. Oh my god. You decimated the Khajiit Defense Force and expect me to talk to you? Yeah.
Mulamnir wants you to understand the challenge before you. Our puppet, Eurexia, commands a legion of soldiers, an army of necromancers, and a horde of undead. Add my dragon brothers, and the hopelessness of your cause becomes
Goodbye. Goodbye. God, please talk to me more. I need you to talk to me more, Mulamnir. Actually, wait, let me pause the music real quick.
You and Abnathon are insignificant.
But
even an infinitesimal flea can irritate after it crawls beneath the scales. I offer you one last chance to survive. If you and the battle mage leave elsewhere, my brothers and I will not hunt you down.
But I want them to hunt me down. You can also hide your... I'm sorry, that's wrong button. Hey! Nice. And if you refuse to leave?
Then you will die. But not before we slaughter your friends and set fire to elsewhere. Once we reduce this land to so much ash, only then will I tear you apart. So promises Mulamnir, whose claws have dealt 1,000 deaths.
God, Mulamnir though. Oh my god. Is there a way to, like, romance? Why is it red? Why is it red? Why is it red? Why is it red? I'll tell Abnotan what you say, or the next step I do is going to be yours. I don't want to kill the dragon though. But it feels like I have to though. Red means options are exclusive, so it matters to what I choose then, right? Is there no, like, I want to be your... Once you make a choice, there's no going back. Ooh, shit. Thanks, numbers. Boop. There's no going back, huh? I'll tell Abnotan what you said. This is like fake. This is just straight up, I want to kill you. This one is like, I might kill you. Either kill or run, I think. If I get to fight the dragon though, right? I think that's pretty cool. At least I get to, like, face to face with a dragon. At least I can... I hate to say it, but the next step I do is going to be yours. Not because I want to kill you, but because I want to see you more. Mulam here. I think the thirst is off the charts currently. But yeah, the next step I do is going to be yours.
Leave elsewhere, little morsel. Tell the battle mage if I see you again.
Ooh. Wait, dragon! Oh my god. You see this face, you tell me if I'm alright.
I heard what the dragon said. Perhaps my confidence was a bit misplaced. That creature was much bigger than it appeared when it flew over the camp.
Sure enough, it's a dragon. What'd you expect? Kamira. Kamira, that's a nice name. A kobold thirsting for a dirk? Never. Right? Never. What, you just think I'm a kobold that would thirst for a dragon? Which I will, by the way. No, I didn't say that, but hey. What happened after you leap off the cliff?
I never jump without first knowing where my feet will land. Also, I have very sharp claws. We lost so many today. The dragon, but Mulamir, it has much to answer for.
It wants Abnotan and me to live elsewhere. I said I'm gonna kill it. What do you mean?
Ooh, shiny.
Shiny.
We defeated the necromancer and shut down one of their undead foundries. We need you and Tarn, despite my dislike of the man. But what the dragon intimated about Graxia, it called her its puppet. I fear the dragon's
It is a lot louder than I thought, but yep. In her defense, it's a dragon. It's a dragon. Yep. Dragon. Yep. This would be yep. 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 Yep.
Yes, you must do that. I will join you after I take care of the remains of my soldiers. They
Bye bye. Yep. Yep. Bye bye. Yep. Yep to Riverhold. Yep. Oh, 92 go in yep. 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 Yeah. Yep. 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 Aha, get yep. Welcome back, Sai. Only cute boats, yep. Fine, I'll take it. In actual D&D, combats are not even a challenge to a dragon, but maybe with cannons, maybe, yes? I mean, yep. Yep. So you just consumed helium? I probably did. I probably did. But no, for real though, it's just voice mod. It's just voice mod. It's just
funsies when I get to yip a bunch. Did voice mod consumed helium? Voice mod totally did. What's the time now? 4:43. I can still play for a little bit. Oh yeah, this place doesn't have the thing, right? The thing. Play till I get back home? No. I have badminton lah. Wait, how am I supposed to play till you get back home at 8? You get back home at 8 eh? Impossible lah. Dikajit. Money. 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 Money? Oh, money. Yeah. Oh, I can use those things. I can use my petty repair kit as well, right? Repairing this item will consume the repair kit, but it's less effective on items over level 9. This is level 220. I need a stronger armor. Oh no. String badminton? What? No. I'm so bad at badminton. How? Are you? No.
I've little time for talk.
Oh hi, who are you?
Ah, there you are. Spare a moment for a chit-chat? If we've had this conversation already, then I wanted to thank you for the useful advice. But if I haven't seen you since our talk at that mysterious gravestone, which seems much more likely, then I could really use your help.
Why are you even speaking?
Did I mention the dreams? Visions, really? They come and go without warning, like seeing through someone else. The betrayer's head, the dreams, visions, they
The
threw me,
betrayer?
but, well, that's sort of like leaping.
Okay, I go look. I'm not done. I'm just gonna do quest. Can I just take... Oh my god, free? Whoa, free? Coffee? I need that. Coffee, coffee. Coffee good. Sorry if this is a weird question, but may I ask where you are from? Oh, it's not weird at all. I'm from Malaysia. Saya orang Malaysia. And I'm Chinese.
At this point, we need to come up with a plan that takes into account Euraxians, necromancers, a parley. I may
Weapon?
not like her, but
Mine.
we are a parley with Euraxians. Consider.
Whoa, so many quests. Oh god. Enikina Crypt Cudgel. What is Enekina? But the weapon looks cool though. Yeah. Whoa, look at the weapon. Oh my god. Oh, that's cool.
This one hates the idea of talking to the usurper queen. We should be stabbing her in the neck. Still, Nalado sees the necessity, even if she doesn't like it. Euraxia will almost certainly betray you, so be careful when you face this.
Huh. Oh yeah, the Khajiit, they speak in third person. Like I mentioned, a kobold that speaks in third person is kinda cute.
By marching in elsewhere with immersion.
Parley with the usurper queen. I doubt she'll agree to any sort of diplomatic solution.
Enigina is the name of the northern Elsewhere region. Oh, okay. Khajiit speaking in third person is always the best. I know, right? And recently I found like a streamer called The Gentle Jester, who is a little lizard. Not kobold per se, but looks extremely like a kobold, which is very adorable as well. He speaks in third person, and it's so adorable. Like, I've been lurking at his stream, and then he speaks in third person. It's like, oh god, that's... that's very adorable, though. Steal the wood elf steel clothing? What? Why would I want to do that? What am I trying to do again? T. Screaming mammoth. No, actually I'm just gonna like go outside. Do Khajiit get the zoomies though? Don't they? I think Khajiit will get the zoomies as well, no? Oh my god, that's loud as fuck. Hi? Hi. Good roll, good roll. It's time to deconstruct things. I have things. Gonna lurk again? Gonna have ears for the intense gaming? Oh yeah, no worries. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. And good luck with games. Best of luck. You got this. Get that ring back. Get him. I have things. Oak shield. 1460. Oh. I recommend deconstructing our guild hall. Oh, you're right. How do I get there? How do I go to guild hall? The 3M zoomies for no reason. Sounds about right. I mean, it is what kitties do. I want deconstruct. Is that where to get the guild hall? Normally it's hit G and then teleport to the player's house. That's the guild hall? Go to guild, click on yellow text in the message of the day. Oh. I hope I did it right. Grand Topo Hideaway. That looks mega cool. To start customizing a home, open the house editor with F5. I don't need to customize house. Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. What the hell is that noise? I want to swim! Because I'm an Argonian. Argonians swim, right? Will this kill me? It's fine, right? Oh, yeah, I what? What is killing me? Something kill me? Who is that? Hi. Oh, it's Nexus. Hey. Nexus, I almost died. I almost died. G1. G1. I almost died. Oh, I have 2 mail? Mail. Oh. Undaunted exploration supplies. Oh, ancient skill. I got a skill. Take attachments. Gold skill. Axe of agility. Dude, I'm getting so many strong weapons. What is this? Deals physical damage and restores 139 stamina. Pulverized Debellium? I'm getting skills though. X of agility. Whoa. Damn. I have a new thing. Is this the thing? Galidi the rag picker.
Oh, the clitter clatter of unwanted things. Music to my ears.
I'm scared.
Just hand over your junk. I'll make you a fair offer in useful goods.
Cool. Rag picker is over here for deconstructing. Slaughterfish are evil. Oh, there's slaughterfish? I didn't see them. Hi Fang. Why is Argonian cute? Must not sim. They're pretty cute, yeah. Deconstruct. Weapons, apparel, jewelry, or glyphs. Then choose the time I know you want to choose to. Oh, it's just like normal deconstructing, but I can do it with everything. Okay. Oh, there's so many things. Yes. Whoa. I got so many things. Oh, hi, Kitty.
Only a fool refuses to play with help. You're good, yes?
The music is suddenly very loud. Oh, I'm selling, right? These are all the things that I have. Bone. Daedra Hut? Daedra Hut? Isn't Daedra bad? Like, very, very bad. Sorry. I've been watching a lot of Senior Bello lately. Pulverized Cobalt. Cobalt? Okay. Pulverized Zinc? Debellium? Money. Sell. Tade. Trickleberry tea. Turpin? Turquoise. Wait. Ooh, there's a lot of things. The crow is the bank and the cat is an NPC merchant for selling stuff. I will only sell the stuff that have the yellow valuable icon on them. Oh, oops. It's okay. Are you the crow? Whoa, you look so cool though. Whoa. It's a cool bird. But wolf bird thing. I like it. It's kinda complicated. Daedra can be bad but not always. Ah, okay. So it depends. Oh, hi, music.
Music has been thinking about his
Storage coffer. Fortified. Oh, crow. The banker, Baron Django Plume.
Ah, our featherless client. And how may we assist you in your pretty shiny state?
Shinies are mine, though. Oh, it's my own bank. Oh, nice. I can like put stuff in. Can I deposit? Deposit. I can deposit. I gotta store Daedra Heart. I don't know why, but I'm doing it. What is transmutation geode? Anything I can do with that? This chunk of shimmering rock can be channeled into 10 transmutation crystals. Currency container? Into a single transmutation crystal. So do I just use it? Uh-oh. Seed crystal potent transmutative energy. Positive things. It's a currency. Whoa. I don't know what to do with that. Found in the Clockwork City, the home of someone you know, you can transmute crystals to change the trait of the item. Yeah.
Your gold looks better in our vaults than trading for some really good coverings. Bear in mind, the greatest treasure of all is frugality.
I don't know what frugality is. I want to store Tade. Ah, yeah, crap. Crafting tables are out here. Okay. You can use the transmutation crystals in the weird machine between the rag picker and the merchant. This thing? You can use this to change the trait of an item. Assuming you have the transmute crystals, you need to have. What's going with the transmute? Oh wait, I think I know what it is. I can change the thing like this one, and also this one I can change, but these are pretty weak. Oh my god. Yeah, I can change these things. Oh. You need to have researched the trait too? God damn it. It's okay. Slowly does it. This is a nice looking place. Oh, makes mini soup. Soup. Can I have soup?
Someday I hope to have my own place. I can have more than one pot to cook. More pots, more soup.
Is there music here? Is there actually music here? Give me a second. Wait, why do I hear like multiple noises? Wait. There's no way that's from the Kill Instinct. Music from the music box? Oh, walao eh. Okay, okay. So there is music. Okay, okay. There's also another tab to construct set items. Oh, these are the thing, right? Yeah, alchemy, woodworking, clothing, jewelry. Very nice enchanting table. Outfit station? You have a new outfit? Armor styles. Yeah, height helmet. Equip. Oh, I can wear ropes. More ropes to choose from. Argonian ropes? Jerkin? Khajiit rope. Argonian jerkin. I will save the transmute crystals on the endgame, basically endgame equipment and sets. That's fair. Ooh, I like the ropes though. Yeah, I want this. Shoulders? Can I have like high elf before the Khajiit Argonian? This one? Oh, it fits, look at that. I like it. I like robes, but I like tank. I mean, they literally cannot see the legs anymore, right? But I'm just gonna wear it anyway. Fit. Argonian shoes 4. Weapon styles. Me. What? Why is it so loud? Hi, Mion. Moratong X. Sticky. You come for Roma, I go for Romo. Dremora X. I'll be flying to KL at December 8th. Yeah, see you. Heck yeah. It's been so long. It's been so long since I last been to KL. Oh wait, application cost? You need money for this shit? Fake. There. Shield. Orc shield. Dremora shield. Ooh, that's a good looking shield though. Oh, this shield is also nice. It fits. Khajiit shield. When? I mean December 8th until December 16th. I'll be staying in KL. So I can go mama a little bit long. Oh, hey, look, it's a moon shield. I don't think this is very practical. You know, this is not a shield it's supposed to be. Oh, this is cool, but I also like this one. Sorry, this one. More spiky. I want this one. Okay, so do I apply changes? Oh, outfit change token? Cost 1, current balance 1. What? No, gold. It's fine. Confirm. Whoa. I'm the cool. What? Ah. Oh. Yes. Oh, what? Is it because of this? By the way. Ah, there it is. I look so good. Hi, Merp. Oh my god, it's a couple. Hello, Merp. You can also just wear a robe in the chest slot. It is reasonably common to have one arm robe of a different weight class. Oh, I think the colored outfit you are wearing over your armor you need ESO plus for some reason. Ah, okay. Outfit station can color your gear. So dice, right? Yep, yep. Yeah. We're yipping. Randomized die. That actually looks really fucking good. The pink accent? Oh my god. What is this? Oh, what if I changed some to purple? Amethyst violet? Amethyst violet. So do I just like... so purple and pink. Hope you're doing a rotastic, Merp. Yeah, I hope you're doing a rotastic too, Merp. Apply changes. Ooh. Oh god. Fine. God, that's expensive. Fully style. Let's go. Enchanting table. I don't have tar. Blacksmithing station. Oh. I can make a new apparel. But 12. I mean, it's not that bad, but I can have training. Okay, I'll make a new one for myself. Crap. Will not benefit from a set bonus available at this station. Non-set item? What does that mean? I think it's okay, I can just craft it. Yeah. Very rotastic? Nice. Very good to know. Improvement apparel. Steel creators. I actually think there's no need to do that. Yeah, just wear it. And then I just need to enchant it with something. So I need an enchanting table where I cannot even make things because I don't have tar. It's okay. This is Armory Station. To save quickly switch between different character builds, Armory slot will save your character's current attributes, active passive abilities, champion, vampire werewolf curse, Mundush Dawn, quick slot setup and an outfit slot. What the fuck? Build to an armory slot. After this, you can equip the slot whenever you are interacting with an armory station and armory assistant. Also rename any armory slot to better suit your build. Huh? There's nothing for me to choose from. Build settings. Build. No. Huh? Huh? Build 2. We also have amenities in case you become a vampire. Oh, okay. So there's a way to become a vampire then? I like this place. Will I die from here? Uh-oh, I didn't mean to do that. Ah! I'm okay. You don't have any build store yet? Oh. Never pay to become vampire or werewolf. There will always someone who will do it for free. Oh, okay. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Hey Argonian. Sharpest night, yo.
It's a nice place. If I didn't know who lived here, sure, I'd probably try robbing it.
I like you already. Argonian. I like the red accent though. So I guess that's pretty much everything here, right? It's like a everything in one place kind of thing. Like crafting in one place, deconstructing in one place, merchant, bank. They can get Sharpest Knight as a companion if you're Necrom. Oh! He's also companion from the newest DLC, so like I can recruit them? I can recruit Sharp Ass? Yo. Sharp Ass though, who would want that? I know I want that. Music.
Unburden your pack at a reasonable rate of trade. Yes, yes?
Yes, yes. Can I sell this bed? Traditional furnishing. I don't think I need this bed. I'm using them myself. They're the best companion. The only Argonian? Yo.
Got plenty of goods.
Thanks. I don't know if I have Necrom though. How would I know that I can recruit Sharp Ass? Alert, welcome back, Jai. Also, not sure if I should write here on the stream. Both is fine, honestly. Which one would be more comfortable for you? Alert, boop, and I get the boops. I'll take it. I like boops, thank you. It's not B-O-O-B, it's B-O-O-P. Boops. You have to do his quest, but afterward you get him. Ooh. More boop. Boop. Okay, where is that Sharp Ass? Can you give me a quest? Is that Sharp Ass? Or is that Nexus? Wait, there is Sharp Ass.
Got some new spells I'd like to practice, but I'm thinking I shouldn't do it here. The last one I tried caused a landslide. Don't want to cause any problems.
I like you already, oh my god. Why are you so cool? Why are you so hot? God damn it. Oh, hi. This place cool. Can I like actually put down my bed here? Like, would that be very preview? Beyblade! Beyblade! I don't have enough mouse space for this Beyblade. In the mainland. Get help. Category. I am missing crowns. I have a problem with a crown store item. I lost my item. I can't get the item. I need one. How is that a category? I can't get the item I need / want. What kind of support is this? I'm gonna assume there's like a gacha system here, but it's kind of wild that there's microtransactions in a game like this when this game already costs money, which is kind of wild to me, to be honest. With one hand, increase the amount of damage you can block from projectiles and range attack by 6%. Increase your standard bash attack, causing them to deal and cost. Whoa, wait, I can spam it? Can I hit you? I hope not. Okay, good. Battlefield mobility. Reduce the movement speed penalty of bracing? Current penalty 48%. Oh, so it's pretty much just halves your speed. Okay, okay. What is your job? There's no friendly fight unless you explicitly duel. Oh no, don't duel. We are friends. Report player? Why? What the fuck? Report player is like the top option. Oh, let's see. Yeah, before I end the stream though, because I'm probably gonna end soon. I wanted to try something. Controller. I want to try playing with a controller. If I can, that would be great, to be honest. Gameplay. There should be a place where I can just like enable controller or some shit. Gameplay. Oh, gamepad now. Gamepad man. Oh. Why is everything suddenly so big and so small? What the fuck? At least not here. I do hear there is PvP somewhere. Ew. Oh, I found my controller. Oh, whoa. Oh shit. Oh wait. How do I look at my skill bars and shit? What? Block? Attack? What's L1? How do I check my skill? Archery? Oh, archery is sneak? Dragon hunt? Oh, so right is in. Right. Okay, left on D-pad is change. Oh god. Down is first person, third person, up. Oh, I can see it now. Oh, I have no. Okay, so right button is this. So all the buttons are like things. Just show me this. Why would you hide it? Honestly, goddamn. Okay, so I can actually just. The fire thing looks what again? Looks interesting. Oh yeah, it's a good skill, this one. I reflect damage and then I am fire. And I can change weapon and also do more fire and also more fire, I think. I also have rocks and more fire, I think. I mean, I'm not really fire now, but I have heart. Yeah, these are all like the tank skills that I have. Really good. I like it. Look at that tank. I will not die. I cannot die. And I'm wearing robes. I like it. What's the button to sheath? No, that's not it. Sorry, that's not it. Is there no sheath button? Yeah, like. I know it's already. I've been drinking my potion. Fuck. Up is drink potion. I didn't know. Okay, so I assume there's no shift button. Yeah. Jump. Why is under the skill? Oh god, what the fuck is this? Oh no. Everything looks different. Texture. Random roll. Rolls 87 out of 1 to 100. Why? Why is that a thing? Okay, select. Oh, so so it doesn't have like a soft keyboard. Block and jump is roll. Oh, you're right. I forget because it's right I use controller. I figured I should use more controller because I am trying to reduce my carpal tunnel thing. Although it's kind of funny how you can just like have a roll. Random roll. I don't know if you can see it in the chat. I might play this with a controller, I feel like. So yeah, blow. Why is the back roll so far? Inventory. Oh, but inventory stuff is gonna be like tough. Oh, that's wild. Oh, but they categorize it for you. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, they categorize it for you, so then... Okay. Neck ring. And craft bag can be withdrawn but not deposited. The craft bag can be unlocked by ear swap plus. God damn it. Okay, characters. Future rewards, outfit 1. These are the stuff that I can do. That's cool. I kinda like it. Alliance E-Born Heart Act. I have 81 champion points. Is it because of my character dragon skin, a dragon scale skin? That's my first like tank ever. Something like that. Skills. What? This is skill advisor. Why do they make it so that controller works? The controller UI looks like Skyrim, but then when I play as not controller, the UI is like not Skyrim, but Elder Scrolls. That's interesting. So if I disable gamepad mode, this is when I press escape. This is when I press stop. Oh, that's wild. Oh, that's cool. This would be perfect time for Tikakati to pop into chat. Tikaka. I think Tikaka might be doing what's it called again? D&D. Right. They might be doing D&D currently. For whatever reason, gamepad not changed the UI to look like the console version. Oh, there's a console version for this game? Holy shit. Block and jump, block and bunt. Any block buttons? Very interesting. I kinda like it. It's on Game Pass on Xbox, but I never played it. I played this game back when it was only PlayStation, but for whatever reason I couldn't transfer my account to PC. Uh-oh. The dumb no cross account, no cross platform thing. Oh no. Nala, hi. Xbox and PlayStation 4, maybe 5 too. Damn, is this the new Genshin Impact? Holy shit. Meow, hi. The new Genshin Impact looks wild. It has playable lizard man or woman. Playable lizard folk. You have to send a ticket to transfer everything over from console to PC. Wild. Oh shit. It could take a few months. Oh shit. Why am I not surprised? Yeah, I might just play this with a controller then. I mean, it's kind of cool. Might take some time to get used to it, but to protect myself from getting too much carpal tunnel, yeah, I will try to play games with controller more because less pressure on my carpal tunnel thing. Yeah, true. Let me just talk to you real quick again. Talk. Talk.
Don't worry. If I go fishing, I'll eat my catches before they stink up the place. Don't even need to cook them, unless you'd like me to share.
I can eat it raw too. I'm an Argonian. Wouldn't even bother then. That's rough. I haven't done it myself, but I heard other people doing that. Playable lizard folk is the best. Playable lizard folk, playable reptilian, playable dragon, playable kobolds. Best. Alright, best. But I think I'm gonna stop here because I have badminton afterwards. Yeah, I have badminton afterwards. I'm gonna have to stop here. Blech. Can I just be like cheat? I can cheat! Thank you, Nexus, for showing me around. Thank you. Is there like emote in this game? Can I do a default dance in this game? That's how to pop in? Heck yeah! A Kaviri... Great, you know, being able to play with a controller. Also, I've been deciding to play Phantasy Star Online too because I've recently been listening to the music of Phantasy Star Online, and boy oh boy does it bring me back. Phantasy Star Online 2. Hell yeah. Hey, we got some dragon pictures. We got a good haul of dragon pictures. Hey. And some shiny. One set adder. Don't even know what Sep Adler is, but Shniku. Shiny. Very shiny. Dragon. More dragon. Look at dragon. Oh my god. And then I realized I can hide the UI. The dragon. I didn't take a picture in time for this one. And then interesting creature in the guild. That was second grade. Oh, that's a nice taking it. I'm taking it easy. I'm taking it very easy today. Just playing some quote-unquote chill games because I play Counter-Strike 2. Don't think that's chill, but it's quite chill for me. Yeah, I'm gonna stop here. I'm gonna prepare for badminton afterwards. Let me find a heckin' raid target real quick. I haven't done packing for my trip. I haven't packed yet. Oh god. I should pack. I should totally pack. The creature in the game is a mount you can redeem for ticket this year. Oh! Oh, this year is not finished yet. I might have a chance. Although I don't know what ticket it is. And Gaijin is playing Street Fighter 6, or Dazzy is playing Let It Die. There's also Lyron Strands, who's playing Hunt Showdown. Oh, if that too? We can raid 2 Lyron Strands, yeah. Another dragon. Let's raid 2 another dragon. Dragon. Let me double check something real quick. Dragon. Must have dragon. Oh, Lantern Stress is not showing the dragon though. Dragon. It's okay, Lantern Stress is always a dragon. even though it's not showing currently on stream, but hey, it's Turken friend. Oh, also I found another way to like just... This is a new way of me plugging my coffee. Guys, I have a coffee. Whoop! Whoa, coffee? Okay, yeah, no. Right, let me just summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Yeah. Coffee, I have a Discord where we have Dragon Simping Corner. Haven't been posting there a lot lately because I've been trying to, you know, pack for my trip for next week. So I've been quite busy and also very mega anxious. But yeah, I also have a Discord where when I stream you guys will know, and when I don't stream you guys will know firsthand over there too. So yeah. Also my socials. I type Sequa. I don't even know how I type anymore. My YouTube, Twitter, and Blue Sky. I've been using Blue Sky a little bit more these days, so yeah. Blue Sky is great. At least it's much better than... much better than Twitter in my opinion. Just a lot less political shit. It's great. Also, yeah, that's a raid message. Thank you, Nexus. Let me type in the raid to light and stress real quick. I hope I'm not butchering their name though. Okay. I type in the raid. I'm gonna go take a break, get some dinner, prepare for badminton for tonight. I'm not too sure what to do tomorrow. I feel like this week I'm just gonna take it easy, do random shit that I enjoy. I'm just gonna do random stuff that I enjoy, I guess. Yeah. And then maybe at some point I'm gonna finish playing Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't finished the game yet. Ooh, I forgot about Party Animals. I could try that one as well. But I don't know. Well, I will see what I'll play. Have a great badminton session and thanks for stream. Thank you for hanging around. Appreciate it. So, since I don't know what to do tomorrow, I'll just do random stuff. Like today. Maybe even tomorrow. Maybe even the next day after tomorrow. Right? So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right, know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? I love y'all. And here comes the... Oh, here comes the raid to Lyran. Oh. Raiding to a truck. I'm trucking good. I should do this right. Give me a second, We are raiding here. So just in case anyone got left behind by the raid, because Twitch has always been stinky, that's where we raided. So at least you guys know, you know, won't get left behind. I mean, even if you get left behind, you know where we went to, so yeah. I'm just gonna wait for the time to go down. Because I don't have a... I don't have an ending stream screen yet. After 2.5 years, I haven't made one. I should probably make one. It's like stream ending, so that people will know the stream is actually ending. You know, it's not just like a starting screen, same as this one. Anyway, take care everyone. I love y'all. Smooches. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.